Hello, good day, everybody. We are back again with round 7 of Sharjah Masters 2025. With you, once again, will be Women International Master Raluca Sgîrcea and me, Grandmaster Toms Kantans. So, hello, Raluca. How are you
Hi,
doing?
Toms. Hi, everyone. I'm doing fine. I'm looking forward to a very exciting round. I think we're going to have some interesting matchups. One of them that we actually guessed yesterday, and the other one that we didn't. And I was actually looking yesterday for Indjic in the pairing. And I did find him, but he's not playing on the second board as he's supposed to because he's playing on a fixed board against Salem. We will have his camera today and we will be checking his game as well. So here you have the pairings of today. I think the matchup that everyone is waiting for is Giri against Abdusattorov. And then we have a lot of people with 4 points that are paired against each other. As you can see, we have many interesting games and we will be following we will be trying to follow most of them. We will be looking mostly at the first 5 boards, but if anything interesting is happening, we will check the rest of the games. So what about the standings? How are we doing there, Toms?
Yeah, so we have uh, we have two leaders. We use 5 out of 6. That is Giri and Alexander Indjic, and they are being followed by Nodirbek Abdusattorov with 4.5 out of 6. And then, yeah, really, it's a very big pack with 4 points, and that one stretches still a while till position 17.
Yeah, so as we were saying yesterday, I think anything can still happen and anyone can climb up the standings.
Yeah, but I guess it is good guess that nobody with less than 4 points is gonna win the tournament.
Well, yeah, I think with that you are right. It's going to be very tough unless Giri and Indjic have a really bad streak these last rounds. But we've seen them very inspired. I don't think they will.
Yeah, so that's gonna be the minimum score is gonna be 6.5 to take the first place. Most likely it's gonna be 7 out of 9. So yeah, if you have less than 4 right now, then even with 3 wins, it might be just not enough already. And yeah, today very big clash on board one, the most anticipated matchup of this tournament probably. But I'm just thinking if with this current tournament situation, it also doesn't hit us with the disappointment. In a way
Yeah,
that Giri just wants to hold back Abdusattorov as he's half a point ahead of him, and he played already the third seed of the tournament. Of course, there are a lot of strong players and only strong players really in the event, but still, players from 2700 club probably are a bit in different categories. So yeah, just a draw for him might be just strategically not a bad result today as well. So he could just try out an opening, but the risk-free kind of opening that yeah, if it doesn't work out, then okay, he's just fine with a draw. But we'll see. Of
I was
course.
also thinking that we might actually see a draw in this game. Of course, I'm looking forward to it, but yeah, you made a very good point there. I think nobody needs to take very big risks in that game.
And yeah, that was a very good point about the hardship to find Indjic in the pairings. I also had a moment of panic when I opened this round's pairings, and I was like, "What is going on? Did something happen? Did he take a buy? Is there
I
buys in
had
the
this.
tournament?"
It's exactly what I thought yesterday. Did he have something happen to him? Has he retired from the tournament? What's going on? But yeah, then I found him. So he's
uh,
having the black pieces against Salem. It's also
yeah,
a very fighting game.
yeah, that is definitely gonna be a fighting game, and anybody can win that one. It can be just any result. is possible. And I think it's equally likely that in that kind of matchup, also the black wins as it is that white wins. Like the color, I think, doesn't play as big role as it would be, for example, yeah, in some different matchups.
Yeah, I expect a decisive game there. I expect a draw on the first board, and I don't really know about the rest of the games. On board 2, we might see a draw.
But Tabatabai will be looking to score a point, I think. He will be
For
trying to
sure,
find, yeah.
yes. But we've seen Adam with a very solid approach this tournament, and that's why I was thinking that maybe it's not going to be so easy.
But he did decline a draw against Abdusattorov in the opening. He wanted to try something, so there is the fighting spirit.
Yes, of course.
And of course, we have on board 3. I guess we can expect a relatively calm game. Both of the players are playing safe chess, from my impression so far in this tournament. And board 4, though, that could promise some tactical game. Hard to say what's going to happen, but Dai Changren had an interesting game, I think, in every single round in some ways. Like there has been some curious idea, even in even if it was Queen's Gambit line or something, he still had some curious ideas there. So that game could turn interesting. And of course, yeah, everybody in the screen is still on 4 points except Muradli Muhammad. And Amar Elham against Teodoro Nicolas. I think it could be a fighting game as well. And board 7, Visak against Paravian. They are also still on 4 points. And I think both of the players might want to win the game. Visak had some games where he was playing very safe with white pieces. So don't know what is his mood today. But since he is much lower rated than anybody in the tournament. We don't see it here, but he is only 25.07. So in comparison with everybody else, much lower rated. So he has been taking an approach to make relatively safe draws when possible. And of course, we have on board 8 with black pieces Woodward Andy, who is also having very curious opening ideas constantly, and he might be looking for a chance to raise in the standings as well.
He's also one of the lower seeds of the tournament who has been doing very well, same as Bisak. And he'll be trying to increase his trading gain at least.
Yeah, and we can switch to the opening moves of the board 1. So we have
Have
the
a Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, nothing surprising there just yet. And okay, the choosing is starting.
I'm keeping an eye on board 5, where I'm very eager to see if Indjic is going to go for the Benoni. It could still be.
I would expect that. Not really. Not against
Not
somebody.
really, not today.
Not against the kind of attacking player as is Salem. To go for Benoni is, against attacking player who is very sharp in the tactics. Yeah, that's a very dangerous approach. But some unusual opening would not be surprising.
We have a Catalan in the meantime here. And Anish took a break after playing g3, leaving Nodirbeck to think what to choose here after g3. There are many ways to approach this. Oh, we can.
Yeah, we have the
take on
possibility.
c4.
Take on c4. We can give a check, or we can also just play slowly with some bishop e7 ideas. Do you think it's likely that we could see this line here? Wait,
the very classical way, no, to play these things.
Yeah. Do you think it's any chance that something like this is gonna happen, like this line with 95, for example, and 96, or? And then
I
the
think
very
I
long
think we
line.
will see. I think we will see some d takes c4. I think it's also been quite popular lately. D takes c4.
But I think with the d takes c4, under no circumstances is possible to surprise Giri here. In any of the versions, I think it's gonna be something that he is very, very ready to play.
If he's even trying to surprise him, but if he's trying to go for a solid approach, he might have some good choices there.
Mm-hmm. He takes immediately, goes for it.
Takes on c4. Okay, so our intuition works today.
And now, is it gonna be queen a4? Is it gonna be slow approach with bishop g2, and then later on just picking up the pawn? Probably bishop g2 will be played quickly.
I
Yeah,
think
bishop
so. It's the
g2.
main line. And now probably bishop e7.
No,
Knight c6.
the fighting approach. Knight c6, and yeah, the knight c6 line is an attempt to keep the game more fun than what is happening when you exchange this to C and D pawns still. It's the claim that he wants to play some more complicated game. It doesn't mean that it's gonna get there and it won't be simplified anyways, but I don't think it was queen b3 played. It was queen
I
a4.
don't think so either. We're probably going to see that fixed in a moment. There we go.
Yeah. Sometimes there are those pawns that on some older chess sets it's not really clear which color they are. If it's white or black, they're like something in the
Yes.
middle, yeah. But I don't
Yes.
think it's the case on DGT boards.
No, but we had some chess sets that did have this problem. We had some black pawns that weren't that black. And sometimes people were getting confused during the game which color they were. And it was a DGT chess set. Maybe it was just an
Oh,
older one.
in the tournament that you are
In the
just hosting,
tournament.
yeah,
Yeah. The wooden ones. I think those can lose color
yeah,
with time.
yeah. That's always funny when that is happening, or just when players are in those cases. Sometimes they are more inclined to play, especially when it's about pawns. They are more inclined to play some opening where they quickly exchange pawns and then they switch the pawns just over.
Of course, you don't want to be confused later on in the game.
Yeah, but it's like I think it actually there's some inclination in those situations for players to play uh, openings that are not gonna keep all the 8 pawns on the board. Not some closed one completely, but they actually are more inclined to
So you
exchange.
think the opening choice is actually based on the pawns on the chess set?
Well, in that kind of case, I think yes. I don't think like completely, but slightly. Yeah, it's could be tried as an.
They will be
Um,
looking forward to trade one pawn on d4 on c4. Come on, let's trade a pawn.
so if you want to play an open game against somebody who likes to play closed games, just before the round, go quietly switch off some pawns.
It will work with Tom's.
And in the meantime, we have knight d5 on the board. So still theoretical, as we see by the uh, indicator of the book next to the move. This is automatically any move that is still in the opening theory. Lichess feature that is still points out that it's still a theoretical move.
What will white go for here? Takes on b4?
Yeah, I don't know this line, I must be honest. Which is the strongest? I see that by far bishop b5 before is the most popular move right now, but queen b5 seems to be also very, very serious move here, at least according to the statistics, and then probably there are some other moves as well. And I can't imagine that there's anything seriously wrong with the simple move like castle.
Yeah, maybe that just transposes. I was trying to see if there's any way for black to keep the pawn in a good way, but I don't think so.
And on bishop b4, there is knight takes b4, and then you got a castle, knight c3, a3. Yeah, you can choose whichever way you want to go. a3, and then there's this crazy some line with b5, and oh, knight c2. What is this?
I have to say that I play the Catalan, but I know none of this, to be honest. I have played the Catalan from time to time, but this is completely new.
Okay, and this is the line, supposedly, just following the opening book. And then there's what, rook c8 or queen f5, I guess was the most popular, but by looking by the evaluations, then this is the best for black way to proceed. And then the game starts somewhere here. Okay,
Wow.
so yeah, I didn't know that something like this exists. But also black has an option to go for something bishop d7 here, and then there is another line which looks like this. And rook d1, what is this?
Queen f6, okay, 3 pieces, but
Some pawns
some
are falling.
pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, by the looks of it, it's all just a draw. But I mean, but something like this.
Maybe
This
not a
continues.
simple draw.
Yeah, so this is what Giri is probably thinking about, whether he wants to go for something so adventurous or no. How sure he is that he has checked in every position, every single possible move, and how well he remembers it. And if you just castle knight c, like knight c3, yeah, then the line becomes a bit more normal, I think. Yeah, just going back.
What about a6 instead of a5?
It's the same. Oh no, then we have knight e5. Okay. Knight e5, b5, and queen then stays on a3.
Uh-huh. Sometimes the queen goes there, but here I wasn't expecting it to go there.
Yeah, knight c2 seems not to be working because simply knight takes
Because knight
c6.
c6,
And the
okay.
queen is hanging, and the other bishop takes there with the check. So rook b8, and then we get an exchange on c6. And then either queen c5 or d5 is still the follow-up. Oh yeah, those are some very complicated lines.
So it will be exciting. This game is not going to end in a solid draw or anything.
But I'm sure that there must be a line that also finishes with a solid draw, that white has an option to find such a one. And yeah, there bishop b4 was taken, knight b4 was taken, so the main move is castle here though, by the popularity. And should we explore what's happening there?
Makes sense. Yeah, let's learn some theory here. Castles.
Rook comes b8.
Preparing b5, I guess.
And then either knight c3 or a3. How do we know which one
Knight
should we
a3,
choose?
I would say. Knight a3. Okay, but I still...
There is first of all a6 as one option. Second is just castle. And then queen comes from b5 to take the pawn.
But then the knight on a3 is maybe a bit awkward. No, it's not.
Okay, there's still hundreds of games in this position. And now a4. And then knight on a5. Then knight on e5. Oh wow. Yeah, just following the opening book here just to at all know where these lines go to. Okay, but this is some... Okay, I assume that if this happens, then both players would have this analyzed heavily, this endgame heavily analyzed. That's what I wanted to say. And he goes for castle, yeah. So the more solid line.
The calmer, yeah. So that is a line that might end in a draw from what you were showing before. It's higher chances there.
Yeah, some endgame like this could be what Giri feels good with today. Just strategical kind of game where there should not be too much risk. Okay, now black also can choose some more, I guess, aggressive lines. I guess a6 also exists here. And then on knight e5, then the castle comes. Okay, so I guess a6 forces white to go for this line. But it doesn't seem like an attempt to play for a win from black side.
Rook b8 or queen d6, I think. They look normal.
Yeah, but this seems very safe for white. Extremely.
Looks like only white is playing for something even, no?
Unless you get checkmated along the white squares. That's just a minor
we'll make
detail.
sure we won. Oh, wait, that's right. We're gonna make sure we don't.
Well, we can play somewhere e3 and then no f3, then e5 comes and checkmate. Easy to lose it, I think.
No, for sure, yeah.
Yeah,
so
again.
I wonder what he will go for.
Since bishop b4 was the main line, then yeah, he's just trying to choose what to play. But it seems like those are the only two options. Either that endgame or to play rook b8 and just wait. At least nothing else has been seriously played here. All the other moves, if we look at the debate, seem to have so terrible statistics that they must be just bad.
Probably, yeah.
When white's win rate is above 40%, this is this is a bad opening.
So he might go for rook b8 then. I was wondering if castles is really that bad, for example, for black.
I guess a3 just comes, and you're forced to go back to d5 and then
take the pawn. As simple as that.
Yeah, this seems like the perfect version of this opening for white. Bishop is working well. Rook c1 is coming soon. We have pressure on c-file. We are ready to push b-pawn. We're ready to break in the center. The bishop is stuck on c8. I think black just doesn't achieve any of the active game they would like with the knight on c6. Knight on c6 is usually an indicator that you want to play an active game.
You want to play for e5 most of the times.
Or against d4 square, or jump around the queen. Like, yeah, it's common in some greenfield lines that I like to play, just to play somewhere knight c6 early on, and then then just to go jumping with this knight aggressively, or to really grab a d4 pawn.
So it really looks like rook b8 is the most challenging reply, but we see Abdusattorov still thinking here. He's either trying to remember all the complications, or maybe he has something else prepared. Could it be?
He's looking to make some surprise here. Just that it's very hard to imagine even a different move, since a6 is still something that makes sense. But other than that, a3 is gonna come, and we just take on c4 with the comfort.
Let's see what he will go for. In the meantime, do you want to check what's going on in the other games?
Yeah, let's start with the board 5 or board 2, as we should call it.
Well, I was going to ask you about board 5. So to see the other player on 5 points, Alexander Indjic.
We do have Benoni. Wow.
Yes.
Incredible. And the pure Benoni again. And we still don't see the bishop f4 line. The 92 was what was prepared now for today's game by Salem. So yeah, so why do we go 92 here before e4? Just because in the lines, if you do want to play with e4, it can be, or immediately, or just this moment sometimes. When you exchange the slight square bishop, it can make the life much more easy for black, since usually in Benoni one of the problems is that we don't have where to put both of those pieces, like we're lacking a bit of space, and by bishop g4 we guarantee that we are just gonna exchange this bishop somewhere, so it becomes easier, and that's why knight d2 is played initially and then e4, simply to avoid any piece exchanges. And so knight a6, I guess that's the only move really here that's still fine, and knight c7, a4. Okay, now he's trying to choose the setup, what to go for next, if to play some very slow approach with b6, a6, maybe rook b8, or just rook b8, a6, and a5, b5, this kind of position. Or
doesn't pretty much everything go to the same type of setup, even if he starts with some other move, like, I don't know, rook e8 is also normal in these positions.
Yeah, there are ideas where you sometimes want to go f5 rather
F5,
quickly.
but then you don't want to play rook e8, so you would play knight e8.
Yeah, but in those lines, I don't think we want the knight to be really on c7. Usually when you do that is we actually want to achieve... what we try to achieve is... with the knight on d7, we try to get the idea that knight comes from e5 to f7 and the other knight returns to f6. But this knight lands on f7. It's very... well... it's very good square because it defends the d6 pawn, which is a big weakness, and also controls the e5 square in the same time.
With the knight on c7, usually the idea is to have b5 easier to play and also make e5 for white a bit more difficult to achieve because we have so many pieces looking at d5. So I think that b6 might be the move we'll see here, no?
I think a6.
Or maybe a6. Yeah, maybe a6.
I think it's gonna be a6, but I'm not sure.
And on a5, what? Bishop d7? Or
there are those ideas that we can exchange this knight finally. So that's why.
Yeah.
Now a5 pawn is still hanging.
So we can do this immediately. There's no need for bishop d7 first.
Yeah, so here, usually white prepares somewhere with king h1, f4. It's like again, very typical. Or knight lands on c4. But yeah, here, okay, rook e8. That's interesting.
Okay, so knight c4 immediately doesn't work anymore. Well, let's go for f3.
f3 or king h1 again. Both are good. I think he's gonna go for king h1. King h1 and f4.
And f4.
And immediately start all the threats with d5, f5, attacking ideas, and just to prepare.
Bishop f3, I guess. After f4, no?
I think actually it depends on what will be his intention, because if you want to play e5, f5, then bishop on d3 will be better. And it still controls also this diagonal, which is going to be the main breakout point for black. So when you put the bishop on f3, then you allow basically a6, b5 to come, or a6 here, and very easy to play knight b5 move, which you want to exchange most of the time, because you don't want knight to land on d4.
I was expecting e5 to be easier to achieve with a bishop on f3. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense to keep b5 under control.
Yeah, and I think what he's doing is he's just playing a move that he feels that opponent has prepared for this line exactly, and must have done it by also checking the top engine lines, expecting black to play the first lines by the engine, but then in Benoni, when you both players play the first line by the engine, then white is better still at the end. So he is just trying to get the most practical game as quickly as possible, and I guess, did he...
King h1?
Oh, okay,
no,
he
f3.
went for f3. Okay, so he's choosing the plan with f3. Yeah, now for example, a6 is already a bad move because knight c4 comes. We don't have to worry about anything here, and we can't achieve b5, and we can't really control the b6 square anymore.
Can you show why b5 doesn't work? Because
we'll just take it. We take it. And we take it.
And then we take on b5.
And we still keep taking.
It's a lot of things falling apart there.
So that's why a6 is no longer possible, and I think that's the big difference between playing rook e8. Yeah, now you're forced to play with b6. And
I saw in the previously after f3 in the games database, there was b5 possible in that position, or was that just it was b6? Okay, I was very surprised.
so now the setup could happen with knight c4 and somewhere knight b5, maybe forcing this sort of an exchange and just favorable pawn structure. With rook on e8 is also, it stops slightly the f4 advances, but the big minus of it is that we have harder time to defend the d6 pawn in the setups of knight c4, bishop f4.
Do you think it was an easy preparation for Salem for today? He knew that his opponent would try to get the Benoni.
I think that maybe what was happening also, like Indjic was just thinking that okay, that Salem would not expect him to play Benoni. Maybe that was his hope, because 2 times in one tournament, and in this kind of situation of the tournament, it would be maybe that maybe he would think it's too crazy, and he would prepare other openings that he plays.
Well, it's either way, it's probably difficult to guess the line that he would choose, but at least you can guess the opening. No? You have maybe an 80% chance.
Yeah, but if he knew, like if he was preparing Benoni, particularly this 92 line, it could be that he chooses it being simply because white has black has no choice. Like here, he knows if he goes for this line, like here, other moves are rather bad, so you have to play for this idea. And so he knows that for sure he's going to have this position on the board. And that's an
So
easy
he
starting
chose.
point.
That's a nice way to choose your lines. Yeah, kind of force your opponent to go into something. So you don't have to look at a lot of positions.
Yeah, and then he could just carefully, step by step, prepare and analyze the ideas here. And yeah, and this setup, yeah, this is especially if white is prepared, this is going to be a very tough game for Indjic. He's going to have to do some magic there to to shuffle things around to get the game to be exciting. Not only for the white player, but also that for him there would be chances actually.
I'm very curious to see how this will go. We'll be back to this. It's always
Yeah,
interesting to see these Benoni games.
yeah, we had a question in the chat like what is wrong with Benoni and so on. So just yeah, that's the kind of opening that if white is prepared, it's one of those openings where you don't manage to get full equality from black. And so the best positions are just strategically tough. And you can try to trick your opponents, but people are just learning the opening theory much more and more, analyzing, and very often you end up in a situation where you're just struggling. And it's not one of the openings that is losing. It's not like some crazy gambit line or something like this. Of course, there are lines in Benoni where you just forget one move and you instantly lose. That is also the case. Very common one, actually. But yeah, the thing is that there are so many openings where white has absolutely no advantage. It's just equal. And so when you're choosing an opening where if opponent plays perfectly, he has an advantage, you are already taking like a minor risk in a way. So that's why it is not so widely used anymore.
But on the other hand, like you said, you get these unbalanced positions and you get a game, you get a fighting game. And sometimes this is very, very hard to achieve nowadays. There are a lot of equal lines, a lot of solid approaches, and you have to do something about it if you want to win your game.
Yeah, that is true. Although I'm surprised as well, like by Indjic choice today for Benoni, because I think Salem always chooses a fighting line from white side. So he could have gotten a fighting game also with a different opening, I think. But we'll see. Yeah, I think it's just it's a tough position. This line is tough for black, but by no means it is losing. Just a hard game ahead.
Yeah, a lot of shuffling around. And yeah, for me, it's always interesting to see this. See how
So
black turns these positions around.
yeah, so here the main issues for black will be the d6 pawn after knight c4 some lines, and in case some a6 b5 do come, then another issue will be the knight wanting to land on c6 through a5. But the first issue, of course, will be d6. And sometimes you're even forced to, after knight c4, bishop f4, just to play bishop f8, which is again the kind of move that is an indicator that we are not exactly in control of all the action on the board. We have to go back.
Let's take a look at some of the other boards. What about board 3, which in our broadcast is board 2, actually, Tabata Bay. Yeah. So this was Queen's Gambit. Nimzo in the end. Okay.
So in the end, and which transposes to some Queen's Gambit kind of position in a way. And yeah, we see black
Again, the
is in a
knight
fighting
c6
mood.
approach.
No c5. I think c5 is the way to, if you are fine with the draw, you just go c5 here and that's it. Like in this version, this equalizes and simplifies in the same time. Very easy for black, I think. But yeah,
There can be a lot of trades after d takes c5.
But knight c6, that is an attempt to go for a fight, at least with unbalanced pawn structure. And now h3, limiting available squares for the light square bishop. Castles, h6, and this is the position right now. So we again have semi-closed structure, and some maneuvering will be happening. And that seems to be the choice that Tabatabae is making in his openings, that he just wants the position to a little bit lock down and then to play on outmaneuvering his opponent and then to strike sometime later in the game.
This is, I was trying to think about ideas here. It's not so easy to see what we want to do, but maybe knight g6. And I remember there were some ideas with knight g6, knight f4, and maybe g5 in this type of structure. If white allows them, knight g6, knight f4.
Oh, like first this and then g5, yeah. Okay.
There are some similar ideas in some lines of the Queen's Gambit accepted, where you get this type of structure.
Here, probably we are not going to be able to do that, because it's always will be met with takes and e5.
Yeah, but maybe you can, do you have time to prepare it in any way? No, no?
We can go g5, knight g6.
You will go g5, knight g6.
And that of course looks, I like that immediately when I see g5 here.
I don't know if it works right away. Maybe h4 can be... No, but g4 on h4, yeah?
h4. Yeah, g4. Unless we sacrifice and we can use the fact that the position is opening up. Can I somehow
You want
bring
to
all the
sacrifice the
pieces
pawn
over?
on g5?
Yes, I want to do that. Let's say knight g6, takes, knight
Okay.
g4.
Okay, I will indulge you. take on h6.
Bishop c5.
Okay, nice game you got there.
Or f5, actually. That was also an interesting option.
Hmm.
White is... I'm a bit surprised with bishop on b3 rather than on f1 or e2, where it would both help the king and strike on this pawn chain. I wonder what is the plan with it being on b3? Where does he want to go next?
Right, in the Queen's Gambit accepted positions that I remember the bishop was not on b3. And that was that was better, no?
Yeah, it could be useful. Even on f1, it could be useful sometimes just to be ready to save the king. And yeah, sure. Here we have a defense, of course. Nothing is like...
I guess with the rook, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if to e2 or f1.
Me too. I
Maybe
was...
maybe to e2, but then maybe the knight needs to come to e5. Let's go to e2, yeah.
Yeah, I was
And we'll
thinking
see
like
what
that.
happens.
Oh, that's a bad move.
No, that's, yeah.
Oh, no, it's not so bad.
Bishop g5.
Queen b6.
Okay.
That was lucky, but
Yes.
has
So
some idea
maybe,
here.
hold on a second. Maybe I could have started with d6.
Now,
Yep.
oh,
I think the knight on d5 will look good.
all right. In case of queen takes, then
Do I want to trade first? Maybe I want to trade first. You seem to be trying to attack me too much. Knight d5. Using my ideas against me. 95, no? Something like
yeah.
this, maybe?
Actually, I don't like taking with a pawn. I want to have c6 as an option.
Right.
Okay, so
Well,
this should be just a normal position. I don't think black is like really worse here. The knights are very powerful. We have those squares where to jump around to. And sure, it's a pawn for now, but h6 pawn is likely to fall. And maybe there's also like, even in this kind of line, this also does look very interesting, just to go f5. Just to really
okay.
throw everything.
Probably bishop g5 is a move I want to play first to have more pieces around.
It's not, I don't know where to put the queen.
And maybe here, maybe take on f5 and 94.
Okay, and let's get the bishop out. It's a lot of
And maybe
pieces playing.
94.
Yeah, it's just curious looking position. Okay, so now I would like my queen to land on h5. How do I do that?
Yeah. Maybe you want to play knight f4.
That could drop my queen though. After takes and knight f6.
Right, yes.
Okay, but just queen f7. I don't know what is happening. Don't entirely understand it. But it should be okay for white. It should not be like really dangerous.
The kind of fun things you would do in a blitz game.
Oh, in a blitz game, this is easy choice probably, but
Yeah, I think white should be fine. No, it's a lot of
yeah, the
things to
option.
take care of, but I have the option of taking on d6, but I wanted to maybe open up the bishop on b3 somehow. There's also knight, maybe knight g3. And bring the bishop to c2 in the future.
Yeah, but I think this is the direction I want to go.
And bishop c2 now.
Yeah, now knight f4. Or first, bishop c5. No, knight f4 is good. Knight on g6 doesn't do anything. We have to.
And you're going to take back with the queen, I guess.
Yeah, we take with the queen, and then we already have some ideas like knight takes f2 available, and on h6 as well.
No, I was including h7. So let's see h7.
Okay.
Provoking h8. And how do you get checkmated here?
Me.
Yes, somehow on the long diagonal. Okay, what about... Well, I could easily get checkmated myself.
Wait. So bishop d7 was played.
Oh, that doesn't.
This is not happening, unfortunately.
This is not happening. Maybe it is in some distant future.
All right, because bishop is on d7 anyways.
Yes.
So we might be going for the same position.
I found a way to get myself checkmated with knight h4. If I play knight h4 here.
Knight h3,
yes,
yeah?
I think that's over, yeah?
Yeah, we take and we have checkmate on h2.
Yeah. In my tries to get to g6, I found some difficulties.
Yeah, I think that actually it would be important for white not to go back with any of the pieces. And, well, maybe bishop c2, but then to be focusing on exchanges a bit. Or some tactics along this diagonal, I'm not sure. Maybe you have some rook c1 moves and...
Yeah, but rook c7, there's always queen takes. That's why I wasn't so sure. I thought about this move. Maybe the idea is rook c6?
Yeah, just bring more pieces into action. Yeah, rook c6, or sometimes just take on d6, and then it will be important that rook can get in on. And also our plan is to get out with the queen. So that would mean that we would have to leave the 7th rank, the f7. And this controls bishop c5, which is also not a bad thing, I think.
Yeah. Well, it will definitely be fun to see something like this. We just threw the pieces around here, but some kind of idea with knight g6 and g5 would be fun. Or just g5.
Yeah, certainly. Would be awesome to see that, but I don't
Do you think it would be possible to play something like queen c8 and knight g6 and maybe try something on h3?
Yeah, those ideas can be very annoying, especially with the bishop. I feel like it's just misplaced on b3. I guess he's anticipating some c6, c5 moves, and then he wants the bishop to be here already controlling the d5 square, and that is his plan. But black, I think, is perfectly fine without playing c6, c5. There are other ways to proceed in this game.
The pawn on c7 is not in any kind of danger with the bishop on d6. So even if he plays something like rook c1, I don't see how he can create threats on the c file. So black doesn't have to play c6, no?
No. And yeah, and queen c8, those ideas can be just, really frustrating to deal with when you don't have
Even
defenders.
if they don't work, you have your opponent always guessing and calculating. Is this working? He has to waste time.
On every move.
Yeah.
Just put the queen on c8 once, and then your opponent has to keep calculating every move.
Okay, what else do we have interesting today? What is going on board 3?
Yeah, board 1 went for the endgame that we spoke about.
We have an endgame already. Yeah.
So we can just update on what's happened here. So here after the castle, he went for the a6 line, and no, he went for rook b8. Oh, knight c3, and then a6, and then we had, by the looks of it, just a theoretical line, still with hundreds of games here. In d6, rook to b4. Both players know the theory very well. They're just blitzing it out, and then And then we get to this endgame, which is probably just a risk-free game from the white side right now. Exactly what we spoke that could be strategy by Giri today, just to try something, but preferably in some endgame where he controls things.
So on knight takes e5, the idea has to be rook e4, no? Or yeah, I think
that
so.
could just lead to elimination of a lot of pawns. And e-pawn is rather important to fight against the light square bishop control over these kingside squares.
Yeah.
So don't think he would consider taking. So the typical logical moves are probably these. The like first candidate moves coming to mind is either rook d1 or rook c1.
Black is up a pawn, but it's not necessarily a pawn that you can use because it's a double c pawn.
Yeah, and what you can use for attacking from the white side. And just can have some targets easy along the c file. But of course, as always with an extra pawn, no, he goes for it. Okay.
Okay.
Wow, that's surprising. That's just, is that an attempt to just really simplify everything?
Maybe they are just headed towards a draw.
Yeah.
Or is there anything? Did he prepare anything here? No, I don't think so, no? Is there anything that could happen after rook e4?
Maybe not take plus f4 first to have at least rook f2 and some freedom for the king.
Yeah, but even there, after all the trades, there's rook d8 and the other rook gets in. Right? I mean, rook e2 and trade and rook d8.
The rook doesn't exactly get in. King is already there.
Maybe bishop f5.
You can see this rather quickly going in white's favor as well.
Okay, take with the rook on c6 is a bit annoying.
Pawns are nicely on the dark squares. The king is already in the center. Seems like a very
So
pleasant endgame.
if I got something like rook d6, maybe you can even try g4, no?
Or I just go for an endgame and come with the king over and work with those pawns with the knight.
Yeah, that looks winning.
But
So
here
it's
could
not
be
so yeah.
could be first some more like f6 because I think we should not take here. I don't know. I have a feeling that's dangerous.
It feels wrong after bishop b7, but I
Yeah,
don't
we have
see
knight
how.
a5, the only square. Although we also had rook c1 move.
You have rook c1.
Yeah, knight lands back on c4. We always have the rook f2 defensive resource.
Maybe bishop d5, so you don't land back on c4.
Yeah, rook e4 was played. No, but here, or oh yeah, like
Bishop
here.
d5. But what if you, yeah, rook c1. I was thinking that you could maybe also try to defend the e-pawn. Play king f2.
Okay, he goes for knight c6 immediately. No f4. Rook e2. And what is it gonna be? Rook e1, an exchange of rooks still? Very...
Okay, even that endgame should be a draw, but maybe white can try something with rook e7.
rook e7?
After
Oh,
rook e1. Yeah,
I
after
think
rook
we're gonna
e1
see
and the
rook
trades.
e1
Rook
and rook
e1 and
e8.
rook e8.
Ah, but there?
But
Are
then
you...
there's rook d1 in the end.
Yeah, can we play it even?
Yeah.
Or does that lose something? Okay, so he might not... He might just play something Like maybe rook c2. And in case rook c1, then I want to exchange now. Okay, I can take on a2 as well.
But
And we
after
can.
the rook, after rook e8, maybe coming back on e8 is not so in the line where we were trading everything and rook d1. So rook e8 instead of rook c2 here.
Yeah.
And rook d1, there's rook e8. Maybe
You did go
he
for
goes
rook
rook
e8.
e8. I was thinking that maybe if you get the bishop out.
Yeah, since we cannot play rook d8 now, as it would just trap the knight. Well, bishop goes
d5.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or d5,
Or
and then
e8.
the king comes over and just takes it. But
No, knight a5 I'm expecting.
and we
Yeah,
cannot
this
leave
rook
the 8 rank.
d7. No.
I
And
don't know
rook
where to
d7
go.
is coming. Well, for a moment I was wondering if the bishop's well placed on d7 or it should go to someplace else.
I think this is also very safe for black always, but with the king being so poor.
Maybe this is
First.
where white can... yes, but maybe he can try to get a passed pawn on the queen side. Yes, something like a4.
Yeah, the bishop has good chance to be the more powerful piece when we count that we're going to be playing on 2 flanks.
Yeah, that is true.
So this can easily become troublesome for white. It could be already just a bit troubling. Since the king is
Rook
also
b2.
cut off, that is a big issue.
And b4 is not really a move here. If I don't have b4 and get pawns rolling already.
And I think if we get the king to g6, then it's already a very good position for black, like with an advantage. So, and we could achieve that with some ideas like, or worst case
Maybe
scenario, we go
the
f6, g5, h4.
maybe the thing to do here is put the knight on c4 first. Yeah. And threaten to win the a6 pawn.
Yeah, but we can also even do this.
And win the f4.
This doesn't help too much.
No,
It's
it
just,
doesn't.
now black is maybe winning even. Yeah, so that's not the way to go for white. Of course, knight.
There's a good point here in the chat that at the 2300 2400 level in Lichess, Rapid, and Blitz, I found the Benoni works very well because players are far from perfect in that range, and it consistently leads to interesting fights where black gets punching chances. We are definitely hoping for something similar in today's round.
Yeah, but also there is a very, very big, like when it comes to the opening play, it is two different worlds whenever we look at Blitz and Rapid and classical chess.
Yes.
It's even on the ratings of 1800 FIDE and so on, when we just look at there are some openings that would just never work in the classical chess because players with 1.5 hour on the clock would just figure out at least how to just maintain advantage, if not to win the game. Yet, when we look at the Blitz Rapid, the same opening can be played at the Grandmaster level and work out perfectly. So, yeah, this is something that is very, very different. There's very distinctive like this opening things, and I think actually most of the grandmasters, including also like super top grandmasters, they have some lines that they're just playing in the fast chess, which they would just never touch in the classical chess. Benoni is it's not so bad. Of course, it's not nowhere there. It is tricky and it's played in classical chess, as we can see on the high level as well, but it's just it is very, very challenging to play it.
It is still surprising to see it at very high level whenever we see it, no?
Yeah, but we also sometimes see when we had those surprises on the top level that somebody plays Scandinavian and these kind of things. Like those things happen.
They do, yeah. You try to find offbeat openings. So what do we have? Do we have any developments here? No, Anish is thinking after rook to e8, right?
Yeah, after rook e8, that's the position. He's thinking what to do next. Okay, we can take a look at board 3, where we wanted to go before. We noticed that there's an endgame.
I think board 3 might be very exciting. Has a lot of potential.
Okay, that was French.
That was a French.
So d97 and take on c5. So the fighting kind of French. I think this is supposed to be quite good for white. As a line goes, but it is very messy. And the position that I got on the board now, bishop c6, is
Messy.
oh.
So let's figure out what's hanging.
Okay, yeah, step by step, let's take it. So the knight is hanging and then another knight is hanging.
Yes, and probably taking on f5 isn't very tempting for white, no? To open up, or is it?
We
Do you
definitely, I
want
think,
to
don't
open
want
up
to
like that?
go with the knight anywhere. So let's say we take. And let's say we take a pawn, maybe? I don't really know what I
It
should
was,
think about here.
yes. It was something that I least expecting to go after a pawn on c4. I was rather worried about the bishop on the long diagonal. How are we? It's equal, completely equal. Okay, pawns are equal.
Okay, now I want to take on
This
e6.
moment.
So
Black can take first, no? And now do
yeah,
you want e6?
and now I want to either rook d1 first or e6 first. I think first rook d1.
Forcing maybe rook d8 to bring pieces.
Yeah, now e6. Ah, but castle perhaps is just good enough. Or not. No. Or yes. I can't make understand. Like this pin is scary, but can black untangle or no?
I don't know. I was checking out some ideas with bishop d5, possibly. No, some bishop d5 in combination with queen g6.
Uh-huh.
Because
Interesting.
then there's some f4. I think this could have been done without castling. Actually, bishop d5 when you played e6. Ah, no, because you can take already on d4.
Bishop d5,
Here.
I have queen b5 as well. That is my
Hmm.
always backup plan.
Yeah. I see. Okay,
But,
so I have to castle first.
but there's e7.
Yes, a minor problem with castling.
Okay. So
So
this
not
is
castles.
complicated, still very tricky.
So then what? Because taking looks very scary. I don't want to take.
Maybe rook
But
d8 then was not the move because we lose the possibility to castle.
so bishop c5 and on e6 you can castle then.
Yeah, on e6 we can castle. Yeah, those bishops are scary. They're strong. We cannot go too crazy with white here. So it's probably pretty pretty okay for black. This position here. Can't do much use with the e-pawn at the moment when the castle has been made. So
But did you have to go for this with white? Let's go back for a moment. When you play queen a4, we must have had some other options, like for example bishop f3, or is that just
but that
is white down a
is
pawn here?
yeah,
White is down a pawn
at the moment, we can be down
at
2
the moment,
pawns.
and 3 pawns with a pawn on b2.
And there's no
It
attack,
looks real.
so black can just castle while losing 1 pawn and then still be some pawns up.
Okay.
That doesn't seem promising. So I think we should be looking for something else. I don't really want to take on e6 because after queen e6... Ah no, there's no queen e6. Oh, then we take on e6. Okay, there's a bishop hanging on d4.
And queen g6 is not made because of bishop g3. I've
Yeah.
had to remind myself this a couple of times already.
A simple castle could be again coming. And the white's king is gonna be weak with those 2 bishops staring there all the time, since we never can save ourselves even with f3. And
But here, can you take on f7 maybe? And bishop c4?
okay, so we don't want to take. Bishop c4 is strong.
Bishop c4 anyway. Trying to hold on to my precious pawn on f7 so that the file doesn't get open.
And now, how do we win on light squares? Okay, rook c8. Let's start with that.
Bishop b2 was an option, but maybe you don't want an exchange here. You're probably looking for something more. No?
Yeah, I want for now still some activity. Of course, if you play b3, then I might take the rook on a1. But
No, I was more inclined to play something like queen b3 and get rid of some pieces here.
yeah, I don't do that. I run.
No? Queen g3. Queen g3 loses the bishop, so I have to play bishop g3.
I can take on e5 if I want to, as a minimum kind of way, but I would really like to get the queen on the diagonal.
Something like queen h5, maybe. If it works. It's not so easy to deal with something like that.
Yeah, or queen g4, the same
queen
idea.
g4, yeah. But queen g4, bishop e6, maybe.
Yeah. Bishop e6 comes there. But what if I start with h5? Is there a way to not lose a piece?
That's a bit annoying as well. Maybe maybe what? Attack your bishop somehow? Rook d1?
I'll just take on e5. Seems that the best
Something
case scenario...
like bishop d3. Something like bishop d3 and yeah.
Best case scenario, white survives. It's like the very, very best case scenario.
But not easy to find all the moves.
So I don't think it's a good idea to go for something like this. Like white has a choice, and we can't get out. Then maybe we should not go for it. Maybe then taking on g4 is not that great.
You can defend the knight with queen c2 maybe.
Or bishop f3 as well.
Or bishop f3 as well. Yeah, I hadn't seen that. But knight h4, bishop.
Yeah, in both cases, I think knight h4 is gonna come. Just the question is, which move do we prefer? The knight can land on d6. Oh, but we at least take on c4 with the tempo.
Yeah,
so
you take
that's
on
not
c4,
so bad.
but there's nothing happening on the long diagonal still, no? Something like queen d8. You can come back to d6.
Yeah, that seems...
Or maybe queen c5. So you don't come back to d6.
Knight f3 is
Queen
coming.
d5. Queen d5 is also coming.
Minor things, minor issues. Yeah,
This isn't
okay.
very pleasant either, yes?
I don't
The
take there.
diagonal. Or if you want, yeah.
Knight f3. Quite a problem. With the bishop on d4.
Maybe you don't want to play knight d6. The knight was doing a fine job there. Maybe you want to play bishop g3 first.
Ah, that could be.
Or put the pawn back on g2.
Yeah,
And
that
knight
seems
g6.
like a decent improvement. And now this is already much more pleasant.
Because knight c4 will defend the pawn. So king f8.
Yeah, now we
or
can
king
go
e7.
also to e7.
You can also go king e7, yeah.
There's still queen coming with a checkmate idea since we are lacking the f3 move. Keeps running into the same issue all the time.
It does.
Yeah, it's so crazy that here we can't stop queen d5. There's no way to save ourselves. It feels almost like unstoppable mate.
No, not even bishop d3. Knight e3? No, but
lose,
93 I can take, yeah.
you lose a piece, Sam.
Well, yes.
And the move later, 93 doesn't help because then just everything remains,
queen
all the
h1.
tricks. Yeah, queen h1. I did not see that. I was focused only on the
many
G2
problems.
square. Oh, wow. Okay, so here, but also we don't have f4, so it seems...
No. Feels almost like you have to play something like king g2 and f3.
Okay, what about bishop f3 then? Knight h4?
Knight h4.
And bishop
And just
h1.
go to h1.
At least they don't lose on the diagonal.
Rook
Yeah,
d8?
just to...
Knight d6.
Yeah, just to show the point also that yeah, this is not working because yeah, there's still checkmate. So we can't take, and we still cannot actually save ourselves from the checkmate. Again, we can't move the pawn, so no way to defend the G2 square. So this is just not there as an option. Okay, king would go to f8 after knight d6, not to blunder bishop g5 again. But
Yeah,
other than that, it's all the
the
same.
ideas are pretty much the same. Rook d8, knight d6 may be a little bit annoying. Oh, wait, I can take the knight.
We can't take
Bishop
it.
h1.
But now at least we have f3, finally.
You have f3. Yes, you have f3.
Such a luxury.
I had found this nice idea with queen c6.
It's such a luxury how knight did f3 move. Like it's
But maybe
so
after
good.
bishop takes f2, it's still not. Unless d7 already wins. King d8, bishop g5, and king e7, bishop g5.
I don't think it works. We have queen c6 checkmate.
Okay.
Yeah, White's position with the king there is very unsafe, and I think that's why also he's taking so much time that he feels like he just something didn't go as planned. Maybe he underestimated bishop c6 move in this position when playing g4, but In general, something doesn't seem to be right from what happened here in the game. Maybe the c4 pawn had to be somehow taken faster with some knight manners. Maybe just knight d2, knight c4. I'm not sure. Because this seems to be just so easy for black. You
Did he
know,
miss bishop c6? After g4?
I think it's unlikely that he missed it, but like completely to miss it is hard, I think. But you can
Underestimated, maybe.
underestimate. Yeah, just can think it's nothing much happening. I cannot, like you think in your mind, I have as a minimum that, and then you just when you calculate closer, then you realize, oh, but what you consider to be your minimum, it actually doesn't work, and then it's gonna be tough.
So here we looked at pawn takes f5, queen c2, and bishop f3. Maybe knight g3 or knight d6. Yeah, something like trading off that knight at least.
Yeah,
Maybe knight d6 makes it. Yeah.
This doesn't trade off the knight, unfortunately.
No, it doesn't.
Although
there's bishop g5, no?
Yeah, there's bishop g5. That's what I was thinking. That
knight g6 still looks unpleasant. e5
even
is
that
hanging.
is unpleasant. Yeah. I already thought that black blundered.
What else were you looking at? Something on g2? No. On bishop g5.
I was just wondering that black can also just go for this, and I mean we do have an extra pawn, and simply.
Okay.
Without anything really happening.
Well, this approach probably also works.
Or we can just play queen c5 and the threat queen d5 here.
And bishop e5, yeah.
So, at 96, okay, we are gonna take, but
black is still up a pawn. e5? Like, isn't this very
improved version of the same line? Kind of gives the vibe. It's still queen c5 even, and just all the threats are there.
It's unbelievable how this queen d5 can be so annoying and difficult to stop. At least there's bishop f3 now, but that's to not get mated. And the position remains bad.
Okay, so if there is some defense, then it is either something very imaginative or something very simple that we are missing. Okay, 92. Did we try that one?
No, we didn't. We didn't, and now that makes a lot of sense. It seems very easy because now you want to also cover something on f3.
No, but we
so
had
I guess knight h4, no?
We had similar position. We can't take on c4 because queen c5 is gonna be still very unpleasant.
Is knight f3 here any different after the trades? Are there many better chances?
It's a full pawn, I think.
It is a pawn.
It is simply a pawn. Just castle, defend the pawn, and b2 is still hanging.
No way to get that back, no?
And e5 is weak. Like, this is just a bad bishop. I think this material change is very terrible for white. But I'm thinking, okay, what about now knight c4 and now knight e3? It does at least allow us not to get checkmated.
And this is a better version because the queen's on d1. There's no knight f3. There are no tricks.
There was no pin.
There was no pin, yeah. Bishop e3. Okay, so...
does look bad anyways, but... like, what is bishop doing on f4? Like, just hanging, nothing else.
Defending e5.
No, now it could be useful after bishop g5, actually. We don't have bishop e3, because queen d8 checkmate.
Queen d8, unfortunately.
Okay, so we can't go rook
You
d8.
found a purpose for the bishop on f4. Well, we actually had bishop g5 various times in our lines.
G5 could be interesting, but it's unnecessary. Just open the G file
To
and to
open the
checkmate
file.
on the G file somewhere. Wow. And what about just bishop e5 here?
Materialistic approach.
If this is like that we at least have a super clean pawn with the bishop still controlling this diagonal, then
Maybe
yeah,
you can take and play knight c4 now. You can take maybe there and knight c4 because there's no queen e4. And that's as far as I saw. I don't know about queen e2.
queen e2.
But maybe queen e2 works. Huh?
That's funny. Of course, yeah, queen f4, we are just enjoying the extra pawn, but this is interesting.
You get into an endgame. I thought I had to
Here.
take.
Oh,
Yes,
because
knight
here
d4.
yeah, that would win a piece. So we have to take, and...
Well, this is nice also. If h3, h5.
Yeah, some knight d5 would have to be
d5.
played, and as healthy of a pawn as it gets, really.
With a bad king.
Yeah, but any position like this is also just good.
Yeah, something h5 first or f6 first? Okay, probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's just a dream for black. Oh, so feels like trouble. Feels like big trouble for white here. He's already, if the clocks are correct, then he's already down to 40 minutes. He's already thinking more than half an hour on this move. It's also not a good sign. It's often the sign of the fact that the player is simply either not seeing what to do or just completely lost in all the lines there.
Sometimes you get these positions where you just don't know which way to go, no?
Yeah.
I think this is one of them. You feel like none of them is right. Just gotta find the line that doesn't immediately lose.
The
And go
least
for
of the
it.
evils, yeah.
The
Just
list of the evils, yes. But which one was the list of the evils here?
that's a good question.
I can't even remember, and we saw all this on a board.
It's a pretty tough thing as well in the practical game when you have multiple options that look bad to choose the one which is least bad. It might be even harder than to actually maintain the advantage. Just choose between like really unpleasant options. Because you have
Let's see.
this thought
Yeah.
that you just want to solve the problem. You don't want to be just admitting that, okay, there's a problem and I'm just gonna live with it.
And try to survive. Well, this is definitely not going to be easy, but maybe we are missing something. Well, I guess the players will show us what we're missing if there's anything we're missing.
Maybe you have to be to play this line at least and now something
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe this one was the most complicated out of all.
because here we
As
made
we
a
saw.
castle. So perhaps in this moment you can make maybe some move like bishop c4. Not opening the 6th rank.
But then the f file gets open, no? Maybe f takes, and the rook
Yeah,
can
but
somehow pass.
perhaps can be.
Yeah, this looks best out of everything. Rook f5, can I play it? Yeah, I'm not dropping anything yet. But maybe I will if you attack the bishop. I haven't really seen where it goes.
Can get tangled up here as well from the black side, very easy. Bishop can come to g3 to defend, and there are some threats.
But if you play rook to e1, where does my bishop go from e4?
Oh, the other rook. Okay, or this green
That rook,
interest.
yeah, that rook. Maybe I can go h5, and I'm not dropping it. Queen h3? No, yeah, drop the bishop now.
Yeah, that drops the bishop, and here then.
Then you can simply at least move the bishop because the rook is not hanging anymore.
To where? Can't go back to c6.
Oh, right. So queen c6 has to be, but f3?
Queen c6
No,
also these kind of moves
f3
are
is pinned.
with an idea that we take an exchange back, and it's a game.
Well, this is the most complicated we've seen. I think he made a move, and I think he took the knight.
No, he went 92.
Ah, he went 92. Okay.
Okay, 92, knight h4, we did not find anything that we liked. Or maybe now that the f3 is controlled, he wants to first play bishop g3, force the knight back to g6, and now take on c4? Does that help? Do we now have a way to stop queen d5?
We have a check and bishop f3. But okay, e5 is hanging.
Bishop f3, yeah, that is in there.
You have to play knight d6 first, but then the pawn on e5 is dropping. Yeah? If knight d6 here, I mean.
Yeah, no, it drops badly. Huh. But how? No, then this can't be it. Seems too easy. Okay, so we can't take on c4.
You can take with the bishop, but then e5 at least, no? At
Yeah.
least take on e5.
And still the pressure remains. That's
Yeah.
the problem, that it would be nice to give up a pawn and just to make sure that, okay, at least opponent's attack finishes, but it doesn't. It keeps... everything remains, so that's not nice. Yeah, we also have to all the time worry about some h5, h4 ideas, so...
Okay, so not bishop c4 either.
But we have no moves really other. Knight f3?
So rook c1. No, rook c1, also e5.
That attacks at least the bishop.
Yes.
Okay, maybe knight f3. It's like the best.
Rook. No, I don't think I want to play rook d8. Bishop c5, yeah, and then rook d8.
Yeah, but anyways, black is just gonna be better. Maybe it's not like as bad as some other lines, but it's just black is simply better here.
At least here you get the pawn back. Bishop c4.
Ooh, I thought that we cannot take it.
I think we have queen e2, so rook d8, queen e2, no? Oh.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
I was looking at g5, but after bishop g3, to be honest, but I did not even...
Okay, so the point is simple. If here we just take a pawn. No, it doesn't make sense. Or does it?
He took on g5, I think.
He took on g. What is going on?
Took on g5 immediately.
And after rook g8, what is the move? h4? No.
h4.
Can it be?
Who knows? It looks like the only move.
There's also sometimes intermediate knight c4 moves, but I guess that doesn't work because of queen c5, queen d5. I wonder why did black need it? Maybe he was calculating all the time and he's convinced that it's just winning or something, but other than that, it feels a bit unnecessary to enter this kind of crazy stuff. But okay, here might be just a winning move. I mean, this looks so good visually, just so good.
Maybe knight g3 and queen c5, or queen c5 immediately. Yeah, you don't even need to select. But queen d5 doesn't threaten checkmate because bishop f3, no? I mean, you could
Aha,
take
so
it.
we can take the knight.
Yes.
Even this could be winning still. Ah, queen g3 is a threat.
We have rook g8.
Yeah, rook g8 played. No, if g5 was played, then rook g8 has to be the move.
Yeah.
Is it stoppable?
The checkmate on g3, everything is pinned. Cannot move my bishop, cannot move the pawn.
You can play
Can
some
you
knight
put
f3
something
or
on f3? Yes. The piece
some.
on f3. Knight, yes, to attack the pawn, the bishop on d4. Take on
But
f3
this.
and take on h4, for example.
Oh, that's so easy. I wanted to do something more
To make
flashy.
it work with rook g5 already, no?
And bishop e5.
Look at that. But rook e1?
Now the
Yeah,
classic,
okay. That made, yes.
the classical one. But queen h4
No, okay, it's all good here.
is the way to easily just finish it as the bishop drops. Although that could not be, maybe. Over yet. Can still try
Still
to
try.
survive it.
Yeah, if the other one's made, just go for it, yeah? Rook g5 is the most forcing way.
Yeah, but then it means after queen c5 here, we cannot
It
take
means
on
it's kind
f5.
of over, no? Yeah. Knight f3 maybe?
Okay, let's try that. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Bishop f6 is played. But now we don't even have to move the knight. Okay, no, what?
For some reason, I thought it was impossible. I mean, I didn't think moving the bishop was a move, but it is.
I am stunned by this, all the stuff here.
Definitely the most exciting game of the round. Unless Indjic has prepared something fun for us. But I see we have a result on board 1. We were expecting
Oh,
a draw there, and
yeah.
it has been agreed.
So Giri just went out today to make a draw. This was his approach to the game, and he succeeded. So he is moving on 5.5 out of 7, and Abdusattorov is trailing with 5 out of 7.
Queen c5, queen d5 ideas may not work so well anymore, right?
Yes. Why?
Because of bishop f3 defense all the time, I thought.
Oh, and we have no rook d8 now. Oh, just a second. I go knight e3 now.
Oh, 93. I was looking at bishop f2 and 93, but yeah, this
Ah, but knight
This
c4
is very
maybe.
nice.
So first of all, we cannot take because now it's almost a checkmate, and we have to play this, and that is just gonna be winning for black for sure. Like no, I
Bishop
think
g1.
no way that it's not winning. So knight e3. I guess he's calculating knight c4 to counterattack the queen. But now,
I don't know. Rook g4 is there, no?
yeah, some rook g4
And
just
that's
doesn't help for now.
and knight c4, but maybe I don't want that. Maybe I want knight c4 and how?
Feels like one of those positions that has to be winning, but you just gotta accurately find a way how to do it. Yeah, just you can spend all your time even, I think, on this one because it's just if you find it, then it's just over.
It's just a crazy idea. How is knight g2 or knight d5? I don't know. I want to get to f4 and
Just
try knight h3.
give up the queen.
But there's rook e1 defending. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
When the knight lands on f4, rook e1, I think defends. Yeah, I was giving up the queen. Knight g2, knight takes, knight f4.
Yeah, but even h4 as
Even
well.
h4 defense.
Or h3, yeah. Just make a square for the king. But yeah, it would be beautiful.
Maybe we can make it work in some other way. Well, okay,
Okay,
so
let's see knight c4, bishop c4.
And queen c5. Rook c1.
I don't know. I'm just gonna grab a pawn now.
Now you're going after a pawn.
Well, I actually want my queen to get.
I had faith in you that we were trying to find a checkmate.
I'm trying to find the squares how to bring my queen over.
You want queen c3 and queen h3?
Yes,
maybe.
that's what I want, and also connect some bishop f3 ideas. But
that's better.
And we don't have rook to b3 because bishop is hanging.
There's queen d3. Oh no, we don't have queen d3. Rook g4.
Yeah. So I think that rook b1 cannot be played. I think it just loses.
Maybe rook c1.
Maybe rook c1, yeah, because then at least we can still lock out the queen. But that seems like a tempo, and I think the minimum, this is winning for black.
But on rook c2?
We can take it.
And rook g4.
Rook g4, checkmate. Oh, but that means there's no rook c1, because we can also take it.
Yes, that's true.
And there is no rook b1 also.
There's no rook b1 either, yes.
So
there's queen d4. Hold on a second, there's queen d4 here, yeah?
After takes, yeah?
Yes, yeah. Just trying my last chance to see if I can get something on d8.
So close to be. Okay, now queen b2.
Oh, okay, you're mean. That's just
no, but
mean.
then queen coming to d6.
No, rook g4.
Oh. Okay, but
queen
then
queen b2 is really mean, yeah.
At least queen f4 or something. I don't like it. I think the queen b2 is wrong square. Just want to.
Maybe queen c3 then. Why not queen c3?
Then queen covers.
Queen g3.
That's an unfortunate way to blunder. Okay, queen b2 then. Let's go, yeah. Otherwise, queen d6, it's very annoying.
Queen d2 was also possible, yeah. When it stops.
Oh, well, that's cool. Queen d2 is much cooler. So we can't take because it's checkmate. Might be that the only move is rook d1 here.
Rook d1, yeah.
But at least this endgame is... it is good, right?
That's what I
H5?
thought, but maybe.
H5, G5. Ah, but then this is weak.
Don't really see a way to get my rook out of B8. Of A8,
Okay,
sorry.
B5?
B5? Yeah, maybe bishop E2.
B4?
So you're saying that you don't need to get the rook out of A8. You're just gonna keep there and push the pawns.
Yeah.
Put the
I'm just
bishop
gonna...
on D5. You can put the
Exactly.
bishop on D5.
Just
Yeah.
promote the pawns. Huh. But, okay, it doesn't work to the fullest. To rook c1. But yeah, I mean, but this is also just... I think it's just winning. And now we don't have rook c2, because then queen c2 is gonna work. And if we do this, then I don't think there's... I think there are
Yeah.
no hopes. It's just... Yeah, that's just hopeless position. Completely.
Looks too much.
H5 is gonna come on h3 and we just win the game. So yeah, that's why queen b2... well, actually knight e3. Knight c4 is the only move, right? Otherwise...
Yeah. Well, otherwise the queen has to move, and I think knight g4 will win. I don't think you don't even want to take a rook.
So here, we have to take.
1 second, but on knight c4, knight g4 didn't work, no? No, we said no, because bishop takes. Yeah, we already saw this.
It might be working, but it was like too much to calculate. It could be still winning because I mean this pin is there, and sure we can give a check,
And
can play h3 or something, but I know that doesn't help.
Queen d5.
Yeah, it could be still winning.
So many things to figure out here.
But knight d3, if it works, is just the move that you go for because it's so forcing. It forces take on c4. You take, you have to take, and queen b2. Maybe some move like queen e2 now. Keep an eye on g4 pawn. No, but that's...
Queen.
We can take.
Okay.
It's the
Again,
same endgame, only we get the
material.
king out.
Yeah,
If we
much
get the
better.
king out in this endgame, then it's smooth sailing. Very easy. And not even mentioning that also now we have a free move because queen b2 is still not there. So we could just play it. No, h5 is g5, so that's we don't like.
But queen c3 again looks very annoying, no? Queen c3, threatening queen c4, threatening queen h3. There's no bishop d3 again. Bishop d3 actually exists, no?
Queen c4 is also a big threat, yeah. Bishop d3 does exist. Hmm.
And maybe go back to the queen c5 plan.
Then bishop e4 is going to come on queen c5.
Yes.
No, so we're just trying to look at some positions to find something better than to take an exchange. So we can play with an extra exchange, but they're still trying to find like a way to just...
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Is there any... Oh, bishop... No, doesn't work. Bishop takes f2, I saw for a second, but king takes. Maybe there's queen d4. King.
So we can't take with a queen because this is hanging.
Yes.
We can't take with the rook because the king f2. But you got out of the mating net. Did you? Okay, so king e1 we take with a check.
Queen e3.
3. And
if it's material, there was more material before. No? by taking the exchange. Can
But
take on. You think this is mate?
no, there's rook g1, unfortunately. Somehow all the dark squares are completely covered.
We might even lose that. So rook g1.
And if we take here, then h3, and king is going to be rather safe on g3. Yeah, but that's all these kind of ideas. Yeah, they are what you want to really deliver. Okay, so rook g4, queen g4, bishop f2, take on a1, rook back to f1, and we don't have any more checks.
So take the simple approach. Just get the exchange, no?
Yeah, just take exchange. That should be just the way to go, yeah. Take on e2, take on a1.
Was this forced? This was forced, right? Because we went 93
Yeah,
in the
that was
current position.
very forced, yeah. And then take on c4 seems to be the only move that keeps the game going, and
then queen b2.
now, yes, queen e2 seems to be like the best try. Okay, but maybe now we actually can do something still. I don't know, it's... Okay, we tried queen c3.
Yes.
What if I try queen d2?
Queen d2, okay, your threat is
One of
it
the
queen
threats is
f4?
just to take a1, but other than that, it's queen f4, yeah.
So for example, if I go rook d1,
Which one?
the one on a1. The one on a1?
Yeah, then I come to f4.
Yes. And there's a small problem on g4. So let's go h3.
That's a checkmate.
So scary. Oh, okay, nice.
But I guess rook d4
It was
still
scary for a
exists.
reason.
Here and then h3 maybe. Still just an exchange. But with queens on the board.
Is that better?
I think it gives us a better chance to still deliver a checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure though. It feels like that, but... Maybe it's not.
Maybe h5, no? Maybe h5 here is... And queen h4.
Ah, yes. Something like this. Queen is very useful for this kind of work.
If king h2, I wanted to give a check on f4 and bishop f3 maybe. And
Or just take and...
rook g5 works? Yeah, rook g5 works.
Yeah, something like this could be just winning.
Is he calculating 93?
He must
We'd like
be.
to think so.
But also the idea just with the checkmate to notice, it's like... One thing is, with these kind of ideas, very often it's about noticing them, not so much as to be able to calculate them.
Let me just briefly check what is going in our Benoni game. Things have developed as well there. We can maybe check it out while black comes up with a move here. Let's see if we were right about any of this.
There could be also other winning lines. It's just we noticed one and we got excited on that one, but it could be just there are other winning lines, and all you really need to do is see one winning line and just then you execute it. It doesn't matter which one.
So b5 has been played somehow.
So here he went for b6, king h1, queen e7. That's the move he opted for. Knight going to c4, bishop a6. So queen on e7 was an idea that we are able to defend d6, also with some of the 8 ideas. And bishop on a6 is stopping knight b5 from coming. So now he gave up the bishop, and now just playing for the b5 break. And it came anyways. Did white miss it a bit? He could prepare against it with some queen e2. So bishop d3, b5 came, rook c1.
So what happens on pawn takes b5? Let's see that.
Pawn takes b5. I assume we take. Oh no.
Knight.
I think we might just go. Maybe rook b8?
Uh-huh.
Maybe. I'm not sure, but whenever this bishop starts playing, it always gets interesting.
Okay. Could it be also that after all the trades, there's some rook b8? Is that?
Yeah, that's another possibility.
But maybe not, because yeah.
Takes, and
rook b8.
yeah.
But why didn't have to take on a8, and maybe that helps black.
Okay, so if you take on b5 immediately,
because it comes with tempo on e8.
that's right. Yeah, but I think anyways, this position, we will not manage to deal with this pressure here.
Ah, yes, I think so. Knight moves and queen b7.
Like the classical powerful Benoni bishop. So that happened. Wait, I just wanted to see the time after this. Okay, so he was thinking a lot already here and then played instantly. So he did calculate b5 when he played bishop d3, and he just opted to go for this structure. In an unusual way, the b pawn got exchanged for a pawn. Usually the same structure arrives after a5, b5, and then exchange in this kind of way. And now he's just playing for the idea that it's just better board coverage. Two bishops can be more powerful, maybe.
But it also feels a bit comfortable for black.
Yeah, it feels
maybe
like
play with rook b4 and.
Yeah, I think he managed to get what he wants. I think that this whole plan with bishop g5, bishop here around, and it just didn't work out. It didn't amount to anything because h6, g5, those are the normal moves that you sometimes want to play voluntarily in Benoni. To stop f4, to get full control of the e5 square, and here he got them with the tempo. So white, by trying to provoke them, should have achieved something. And I think that he, from the distance, missed that b5 is coming. I think he just thought that he's going to slowly prepare the break with f4 or something, and or b4 maybe. It's also typical before b5 comes. Yeah, but it came. He noticed that it's coming and tries to make the best out of it. Or there is something tactics maybe on c5 and d6 somewhere.
What about queen e2? Try to put pressure on. But queen e2, d5 is.
Yeah, the 95, and that's. Yeah, what about just bishop coming to c4 back? Probably 97 though. And no, it still works. I still can do it. I don't know how good it is, but I can still do it.
Okay, let's try knight takes e5. And pawn takes d6. Queen. Does it matter if it goes to e5 or d7? Maybe not.
Even this is not.
Bishop
I don't.
b5. Yeah.
I don't know whose bishop is more powerful. Probably white's, because we do have g3. Yeah, probably white is slightly better still and can keep pressuring. But there were some
Okay,
other moves.
but black can also play with king g7, f6, h5, h4.
f4 I think is going to
Create
come
something
much faster.
much faster.
That's why even king g7, f4 could come immediately. And bishop from d5 is going to control everything. And queen is going to come to h5. And we have pressure from a lot of different directions.
Yeah. I don't know if I can, how I can prepare for that at least. Okay,
But
so
there,
knight c5 is actually a threat, no?
but
In
there were a
some
lot
positions.
of moves that I think could have been done in between. Like here, there nothing is forced, and we can just take bishop b2, for example. Or rook b2. I don't know if you want to take this exchange even in this position.
Yes. I don't know. With a pawn on g5.
Hold on. Wait, that's. I was still doing knight b5 in the previous position, and then the position jumped. But actually, knight b5
It's not so
makes.
bad.
Probably two candidates, knight d7, knight b5, actually, here. Knight d7 to open the bishop, but it could be also the knight wants to land on f4. Or just knight b5, yeah, and just also aiming at those squares.
I feel like black is kind of comfortable.
Yeah, it
The
seems.
worst has passed. It's
Yeah,
just, I think this is a happiness for a Benoni player. This is bliss.
yeah, definitely. It's just this is what you want. I mean, just control of the dark squares, some attacking ideas as well, and no attack against you. So you just play. You have activity on both sides, both on king side, both on the queen side.
Feels
Yeah,
like you've
so.
almost won the game, no? You start.
Yeah, it could happen that actually black does win, because it's much more comfortable to play. White has to rely on some very precise ideas to not get dominated on those dark squares. Since what can happen is that this bishop doesn't manage to find a purpose, and all the pieces start jumping in through those squares here. And then the light square bishop can't just do anything about it.
I have great news for you. 93 has been played on board 3.
And knight c4 as well, and now
And
he's
knight c4 as well, and now he's
thinking
thinking.
again. Yeah, thinking about
I
knight
think
g4.
there's one game that we haven't checked out at all, right? Have we looked at board 4 at all?
No, I don't think we have. Yeah, big battle here going on. First thing, we see the bishop here, potentially some pieces jumping around for black. And what do we see for white? Powerful bishop on a2.
Active knight, but we don't know where it's going.
First glance feels like black is in complete control of this position.
So if we were to look for moves, would b4 be a candidate here?
Yeah, b4 is the first thing you calculate. Or bringing something on the d file. Or maybe b4, g5 in connection with b4, and then actually landing on the d3 square.
I'm a
Every
bit
game
scared
we
about the pawn on g5.
somehow wherever we land, the first candidate is something like g5 or g4.
Well, there's a there's a G pawn missing on board 3, and there's a G pawn missing on board 2. So why not make it disappear on board 4 as well? Well, and I think board 2 has gotten very interesting as well. Something has happened on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, we'll
maybe
have to look
maybe
at
the
that.
G5 ideas have been played actually.
Yeah, seems like something like that. We'll take a look at that soon. And yeah, here, let's see, just on the board. B4,
Knight a4.
knight
I think so.
a4. Now we take control of those two squares. And this guy doesn't jump anywhere, just sitting there, but
It would be nice to have the rook on d8 in this moment, no? And go knight d3.
yeah, knight d3 would be nice to go.
So maybe
Probably
you're right. Maybe.
knight e4
Sorry.
is a bit too much.
Do we have a discovered attack on the queen after queen takes?
On
Maybe
knight
not.
d3. Oh, no, that's a queen.
That's a queen. Tom's needs some coffee, I think.
Or it's too much coffee, one of the two.
Too many pieces hanging everywhere in all the boards. So maybe b4 is a bit rushed. And you are right, and we have to start. But rook d8 doesn't run into bishop b6.
Oh, it does, yeah.
It kind of does, no? It's a problem then.
So all the roads lead to g5. So
So
knight
all the
e2.
roads lead to g5. Okay, let's see how that ends.
If we play the simple moves now, then knight d3 seems to be great. This is coming with an attack, so I assume we have to move. But then we get to pick up a pawn on e4. Now we have some knight f2 discovered attack ideas. Then still knight on e2 is hanging.
So we couldn't have tried anything else for white. Yeah, let me try something. Let's see if bishop g5, take on e1. Yeah,
Have to
takes on
take.
e6. I think so, because the knight is also hanging, and now c6 is no longer hanging.
Yeah, now.
And the knight takes. Okay, let's go back a few moves then. I find it so hard to believe that g5 is the move here. Maybe it is. What about bishop takes g5 after
Yeah.
b4?
So these kind of moves is what you need to worry about when you play something at g5. Okay, a piece. We worked so hard to get it, so let's take it.
And I don't know if I should take the positional approach that Tom's has been preaching and get the pawn on c3, or go for f4 immediately and something like e5.
Yeah, f4 did come to my mind, but it feels like it could be just losing some more material.
So maybe I should take the positional approach, because that pins the knight. Queen takes c3 first, doesn't allow knight d3.
But we do have knight e4, or we don't?
Ah, you have knight e4.
I don't know. Wait, let's calculate on the board.
Let's take the pieces and count them at the end.
Okay, this is with the check coming, and this one is
So I
with
have to
just
take. And
extra
it's just
piece.
protected. Yeah.
So that's easy. So g5 is the way to go.
Well, g5 is the way to go. We learned something very important today. When nothing works, you go g5.
And then everything works.
And then everything suddenly, yes, all the pieces fall together.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, so g5, 92, and then b4 feels, looks nice for black.
Is it forced? Any other move here? 93, we just take and play b4, and it's just an attack.
Mm-hmm.
So after g5, somehow I can't imagine any other move than knight back.
That's not 92, no? 92, yeah.
b4. Of course, we can take on b4, but I'm also not sure what does it change in the position. You can play.
Yeah, I thought it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, doesn't look like it. Especially if you go knight a4, it doesn't seem to change anything. It might change something if you get some other square. Maybe sometimes you can sacrifice on a6 or something and get rid of the bishop, and then somehow win it back. I don't know. Just imagining. But here.
Even bishop d3 isn't pleasant.
Maybe you can just play knight g3. Just try to exploit the weakened king due to g5. So if we take, we just take back and play positionally this position with this powerful bishops here and knight coming to f5. And still control over those squares.
But there's also bishop d3 instead of knight d3 that's worth looking at, in case we don't want any of this to happen. Because now there's knight takes e4, controls a lot of squares.
Maybe it's still the same idea that the king is simply
Knight
weakened.
g3? Or knight d4. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, knight d4.
Yeah, maybe this is the way something white has to do. Just give up the pawn and go for trying to exploit the weakened king.
But the knight on f5 isn't exactly so stable. Maybe if we go c5 here, knight f5, I can attack it. Queen f6.
Still trying to find some other moves than knight f5 for now, but really would like to get the g5 pawn somehow. So I'm trying to find a way. Because now this doesn't work, unfortunately. Just yet, you can just take queen g5 and so on. What about knight f3?
I thought this wouldn't work, but maybe
Probably
it works.
doesn't.
Okay, so okay, you're threatening g5. I was looking also at c4, which looks really nice. But you're gonna
c4.
take on g5.
Oh, yeah, there is that. But yeah, attack on g5 and it could also be that black 2 get overloaded with this bishop on d3, and this knight is also ready to join and join very quickly. Yeah, and here on h6, I think I have such nice ideas like bishop c5 still available.
Yeah.
And I'm
White
taking.
takes, and you
And
take
now
on e5 immediately.
I just don't know with which piece. Because both of those seem to be g5 played.
Oh, Tom deserves a prize for g5 here.
Here we go. Nice. Yeah.
Do you know what the prize pool is for the tournament? A very small airplane would be a nice one.
An airplane?
But someone is suggesting that a very small airplane
Oh,
could
okay.
be the prize the prize pool.
Yeah, the prizes are the prize fund is $73,000 in all sections combined. And the first prize takes the home 15,000 in the section A. How the regulations just open here, though.
Yeah.
For to be able to provide this kind of info.
So I don't know if an airplane, but
Maybe a very small one.
very, very small one, yes. Indeed.
Okay, so G5, yeah, looks nice for I think for image. This and certainly very fighting approach. I approve of G5. And
Well, a lot of fighting games today. Let's see what else is going on.
board
What
two,
about,
we
yes. Yeah, let's
see.
see board two. We haven't seen for a while. How did we get here? We left it, I think, after bishop d7.
So there was bishop e3, and in the next move G5. Yeah.
There we go.
And knight d4. Oh wow! Instantly after G5, we had knight d4 played, but not.
So he had this kind of prepared.
Oh, okay. So in
This
general,
idea.
with bishop e3, no, he's not ready for this because bishop takes c3. I thought maybe a 4 e5 would be coming. Yeah, but I guess this is the plan he was preparing. He was expecting G5. And knight
Well,
lands.
we have to see what happens if pawn takes, right? We have to show pawn takes d4, bishop takes, and now that
hanging.
e5 is happening, right?
And e5 is trapping the bishop if knight moves, or there's a fork, yeah. So we win back the piece, guaranteed. So he doesn't want to take, and now we are ready to take, I think, somehow. And that's why knight goes further to c6, and white sacrifices a pawn and goes to break the king side.
Yeah, we were ready to take because I think knight moves, defends the knight on f6, the knight from e7 goes somewhere, and then the bishop has squares as well, I think.
But the bishop opened from b3. And now he grabs the h6 pawn. Bishop went back to f8, and black is trying to exchange queens and secure the extra pawn. And white now needs to find a way how to keep the initiative going.
So what ideas can we find here? How can we sacrifice more of white's pieces? Maybe
Hard.
bishop g5? Yeah, that allows the trade of queens, but at least the pawn, we get back the pawn.
So if there's an exchange, then now we have pawn and h4 falling. Yeah, but that seems to be just pleasant for white with so active bishops.
Yeah.
So that can take back the pawn, and it could be just a move to play. Seems to be very logical to do that.
And if black doesn't want to trade queens, queen f3 also looks a bit annoying with queen h3 ideas. The knight on f6 will have problems.
If we remove the h4 pawn, the king is always in a bit of danger, and we don't have any way to quickly fight against the bishop from b3 as well. Yeah, that's why he spent, I guess, a lot of time, because he just didn't find anything else. And some other option like queen c1 to keep the queens on the board for sure.
No, this is also nice. Threatening something on g5.
Knight g4. Right, to stop those things.
So I'm looking at if I could kick your knight out of there, but I can't.
It used to be somehow surprisingly stable on g4.
But we could try to go for f3, takes on f8 and f3. Do you think it works directly? No. No, I don't think.
Yeah, there's
And
queen
f3.
d4.
King h1.
Oh, that's at least a check.
Yeah. But now maybe white is also giving a check. Now we were equals on checks. Now you have one extra check.
Hey,
No, but
this is...
queen d6. Okay, the knight is
Yeah, then the knight gets almost trapped.
almost trapped. Knight d3 comes out still.
Interesting. So that is very unexpected idea. It seems to be unpleasant to deal with, very unpleasant to deal with as well. And if you take with a rook, does that change anything?
I
guess
also
so.
like this after f3. Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't change much. Same problem, just with queen g5.
Just with queen g5. You just
Maybe
change the square.
even bigger problem, maybe, because the king has nowhere to run.
So queen c1. How to deal with queen c1? The threat is queen to g5.
What about
The
queen
knight
d4
g4.
now? Ah, anyways, queen g5. Okay.
Yeah.
Just noticed some idea. Okay, maybe then king h7?
Oh, maybe queen king h7.
But then at least we can play this. We just keep the queens on the board for sure. And
This
this
is a better
position,
version even.
this is
f7
hanging.
hanging. Yeah. And king on h7 is better for white than on g8. You can even try to play rook e3, rook h3, and take the pawn on h4 check.
Yeah. That's a long maneuver, but yeah.
Maybe
Black,
I need the rook anyway there.
yeah, and black doesn't have too much game going on for them. Wow, so options for white both seem to be pleasant. So somehow this game has went in favor, and we have had huge action on board 3. We can take a look at
Let's
that
see.
quickly, and
Before it ends.
then I think we could go for a break once we catch up with this game. Okay, so this happened. Our calculation happened. We were expecting this, and now he just played h3 to make sure that there is no checkmate. And while black chose not to take an exchange, he could take on a1 and just to be an exchange up. I guess on the third rank we don't manage to do anything because white always can give back an exchange anyways. So he just opted to get rid of the e5 pawn. And now there's this position, which is, yeah, just extra
I think he
pawn.
found and the diagonal, yeah. I was guessing that maybe he found the bishop on f6 a bit annoying to play with, in case he got the exchange with bishop a1.
Yeah, this is the kind. This seems to be just a safe advantage in a way that you can't really
Safe
go too wrong
advantage,
here.
yes. That's a good way to put it, because h5 is a plan. Rook d8 is also coming.
Yeah, and if h5 comes and we exchange, then we can also win on the h-file. This is still an extra thing. Even king e7 could be an idea. Let's say just... I don't know how to even do it. How to play with white, but I just wanted to illustrate that sometimes if the queen would go away, then sometimes there could be rook g4 and rook h8 coming with a checkmate on the h5. But
when you open up everything with h5.
Because we have h5 as well. Okay, yeah. Yeah,
But
okay.
even what you're saying is actually possible with even with the queen on d1. If you have the king on e7 and play h5, you can take
Mhm.
everything in g4 and rook h8.
Yeah, and that could just win the game immediately. So, for example, okay, but white is
Rook
gonna try
b1,
to
rook c1, yeah.
do something, not just allow it to happen, but
In case he's nice to us and plays all these moves, this is what, yes, Tom's was saying. And queen h2 is also a threat, so f3 doesn't work either.
yeah. So just some idea like this. But it's not like white has too many useful moves as well. Of course, this is a bit of concern at the moment, directly.
Here trying to find the complicated ideas with h5 and sacrifices on g4, and then there's queen e4, simple threat.
So looking great for Sarxian here. And yeah, very exciting game. Just very nice idea. Just bishop dominating all the time, just punishing the g4 move. Yeah, I guess this time it just doesn't work out.
It
But
worked out for black. He also played g5. It has to be with black. It has to be g5. Cannot be g4.
yeah, make notes, everybody. That is the key to success. Okay, so let's go for a break, and then let's come back a bit later and see all the decisive action of the round. So yeah, see you. Stay tuned and see you soon. Hello, we are back with the action of round 7 in Sharjah Masters 2025. The very decisive rounds are ready to determine the people who are going to be fighting for the top places in the event right now. And yeah, we also see the fighting chess, except board 1. We have very fighting round today.
It's actually a
Not
lot of things are happening on all the other boards, no? We are expecting perhaps decisive results on board 2 to 5.
Yeah, uh, it's certainly possible that there are decisive results everywhere, and it's gonna just make the tournament very interesting because then there will be no clarity whatsoever who is the favorite. But okay, now we have the game open between Dai Changran and Ivic Velimir, and the position is it's fun. It's really fun, but it looks great for black. So it happened exactly as we expected, just that instead of the knight d3 move, that was also looking very interesting and was not so clear how white defends. Yeah, he went for the bishop d3. That is, I guess it's just the move that safe advantage again, the kind of
Yeah,
way.
that controls better the game, I was going to say, no? Because with knight d3, what you pointed out before, that white can just try and sacrifice the exchange and play for knight g3 and the square f5. I think that's a bit uncomfortable to play against in such a game.
Yeah, and here the e4 pawn should be dropping, and while black retains very big piece activity. I assume what he's calculating now is whether to take on e4 now or to defend with just h6 kind of move. But knight e4 seems to be very natural since it does defend also on g5.
So here we were looking at knight d4, if I remember correctly. Yes, knight d4. And we
And then
saw that maybe white can try knight c4. Knight f3, I'm sorry. Knight f5 and
yeah,
knight f3.
and then we looked at some crazy lines with c5 which are not forced by any means, and now black has a complete freedom to do some moves since white doesn't exactly threaten anything at this moment.
Maybe knight c6. Is it a threat? Or does the queen get trapped there? I don't... Could get trapped easily, no?
Yeah, it seems something that you should not exactly be worried about. I'm not sure. Oh, and also we can take on a3. I don't know, what do we think about that? Is that good or no? Then the pawn on a3 will be hanging.
I also like the pawn on b4 because it gives me the option of playing b3 sometimes.
But let's say if I take, you take, and I take. Oh, then I lose the queen. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Okay, then I don't want to take. If I can't take the pawn, I don't want to take. Okay, if c6 is hanging, then perhaps queen f6.
That solves a lot of problems because knight f5 is covered and knight f3 is covered, yeah?
Yeah, but f3 is not covered. And then g5 could be hanging.
Uh-huh. Sacrifice. Sacrifice.
Okay, he took knight e4.
Knight f3, yeah?
I want to sacrifice something. I think I'm sacrificing by playing c5.
Uh-huh. You don't want to take on f3 yet.
It seems kind of.
It seems well defended.
Yeah. But maybe if you go away
Okay.
with the knights, then I'm gonna take on f3. So like some knight e2 would be met by knight f3, of course, already. So I guess it's you gotta take, I take.
Maybe take the one on g5. Queen
Just something.
g6 and now, yeah.
Yeah, those threats are there. The knight on a4 is so out of the game. It's actually impressive how out of the game it is. This looks quite bad for white. Seems unstoppable. Bishop e4 and also something like h6, knight f3.
Yeah, no, this is h6 looks like a terrible threat. Maybe I shouldn't take the pawn on g5. Maybe I should go for the one on d4, but then you still have knight
Do have knight
f3.
f3,
Yeah.
takes, and takes.
And the two bishops, the bishop on d6 with the queen on e5. The prospects of that look dangerous.
The problem is that we can't play queen e3 now, simply due to takes and bishop b5, with bishop c5 coming after we take on a4. Yeah. So, and if we can't do that, then king g2. Don't know. Seems even just
Maybe
take
start
q.
with queen. Oh, you don't mind the pawn on g5, no?
Oh, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I can
You
just...
just don't mind it, yeah. You probably want the open g file.
Yeah, it's a faster way to win the game if it does open up. And yeah, now the knight is just hanging, and this looks like the very simple way how to win the game. Again, just take on a3 and on a4. Well, there could be also some other ways how to do it. Would not be surprised if there's also available
Maybe I can
some
try,
more...
maybe I could try, yeah, maybe like that. I was thinking maybe queen e5 first. On pawn takes a3, maybe there's queen g5, just hoping for something with bishop f7. Maybe you want to take the knight.
Oh, that threatens checkmate here.
But
Yeah,
bishop e7 and
that's good
bishop
effort.
e7 and even rook g8, huh?
Yeah, even rook g8 in the next move is available.
Afterwards. But
Yeah,
at least I threatened mate. Maybe I get points for that. Yeah, this is very bad. So let's see something else. c5. But what else?
Okay, maybe f3 is not forced. But then black's pieces seem to be just working in complete harmony here. We don't threaten anything big, but we're just gonna be pawn up. And with more active pieces.
But it's hard to find a move, a useful move for white. If you knight g3, okay, knight g3 was not on the radar, but has a similar idea. Get rid of the knight.
Is there an intermediate move of bishop g5?
And on f6.
There is no f6.
There is no f6. Yes, that bishop's well hidden there.
Yeah, we discarded knight g3. Didn't really look at it at all because of just taking on g3, but there might be just bishop g5. Or is it? No. Yes. I don't know. Knight f3. Let's see. Thanks.
Okay.
And
what? 92?
92. We take.
Or move the king? Is it even possible to move the king? Maybe not, because king h2, there's a check on d6.
King g2 is still possible.
King g2.
Oh, there's so much
But
going
on
on.
king
Okay.
g2, f6 wouldn't.
Still don't have f6.
Yeah, still don't have f6. I have to put something on my screen. F6? No.
Yeah, it's the classic like meme about the bishop somewhere from other world shooting
Yes,
there.
that's the one that we have in today on a2.
Okay, but then if we take on c1, what happens there? I guess that has to be calculated.
Takes on e7.
With a bishop? Or rook?
I thought with
Bishop
the
again.
bishop.
Yeah,
Yes.
rook, otherwise it's just without an exchange. Okay,
Yeah.
now I take on a2. Now we can play f6. That's also helpful.
I don't know if I want it now f6.
Oh, but actually white gets completely pinned. Since we cannot, if we take on f8, we lose the attack on the knight.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's a
that
piece
means...
up. And takes on a2 is the bishop on e7. So that's an extra piece.
Okay, so no king e2. No king move, so we get to take here.
Have to take on e2. Okay.
We have
King
to take on
takes.
e2 as well. And maybe now something queen f4 is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's what? Extra exchange for black, no? Yes.
So do we argue that we can just defend?
That's what I was wondering.
I did forget that we have an extra exchange. I kind of thought that it's just attack.
And no pawns. No pawns for the exchange either.
Yeah, and here we always can defend with bishop g6 if we do need that. And knight is still completely out of the game. Just on holidays on a4.
So for now, sort of a rook, an extra rook.
Yeah, so then it seems fine. It looks good. And any tactic, direct bishop f7 sacrifice. Now we're just gonna retreat back to g8 and that's it. After takes, queen f4, we go back to g8 and that's the end of the line.
Also, this looks good. Then bishop g5, knight f3 worked.
Looks like
Is that the conclusion?
Yeah, looks like that. So then we gotta recapture fg. Yeah, that's what happened.
Oh, this happened already. Okay.
Players
Knight takes
came
and
to the
pawn
same
takes.
conclusion just now. But now it's just...
Defend?
And perhaps
Bishop
bishop
d4.
d4, we still don't have f6. Yet, maybe we don't need it.
And you cannot get the pawn back, no? By trading everything on e5.
And here we have some moves like knight f3 always. Or take the queen.
Taking everything on e5 and on c6 runs into some... what does it run into? Thought it runs into bishop b5, but the rook is hanging.
I think it's gonna come to the same fact that it's losing because of knight on a4. The king is extremely weak, so we just play rook d8, for example.
Yeah. Well, let's do something about the knight. Is there any... Oh, cannot do much about the knight because bishop...
Yeah.
Yes.
That is the problem. The knight is doomed.
Okay. Still very unpleasant. However you want to try here. I don't have rook f1. Queen b7 is just very easy to defend against.
Yeah. Seems just extremely bad. And if black is given time, they're just gonna win on the dark squares here. Not even talking about knight f4, but just take the g3 and checkmate on h2. That's the unstoppable plan.
Looks
So
like a nice position for black.
Yeah, h6 seems like the move.
What?
Then probably we have to finally get the knight in the game. And just be pawn down. I think that something like this is just a logical continuation of this game.
Maybe now try to put some pressure on e5.
But now it's never gonna work because knight is also hanging on c5.
Yeah.
So we can just go queen d6 and yeah, on any taking we can take on c5. If you want to. We can also just take on e5.
Okay.
Unless...
Trying to find something for white, but I don't know how.
Takes.
You're looking at some bishop f7 ideas.
Yeah, make those. But even those don't work. This is incredible. Even
Because
like in
of
the
the
perfect
knight.
scenario where we don't take on c5 at the check, even here it doesn't work because just king f7 and anyways the knight is hanging. There's no pin. If bishop f7 we pin, but yeah, here we just take on c5. And the strangely impossible to make anything work for white. Yeah, so maybe just a normal move like bishop f2 and just play on without a pawn. Claiming that now knight is blocking the c6 pawn, there is a strong bishop, and maybe we get with g4, still some lock on the structure.
Put some pressure on c6 in the future, no, on the c file.
Yeah, something like this. But black is just in complete control.
Black could also play something like bishop g7, I'm looking at, and it's not so easy, no? To figure out what to do with those pieces there.
No, it's
Rook b8.
definitely not easy. It's a very, very uncomfortable position for white pawn and an uncomfortable position, yeah. So looking very good for Indjic here.
Pawn and compensation, like one of my old trainers used to say. I have an extra pawn and compensation.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Just so let's move on to the leader maybe of the event. We haven't seen action on board 2 or board 5 today. And he has a chance to become a sole leader. We are speaking about Indjic Alexander. First glance, yeah, we left it on a beautiful Benoni position. And now it seems to be...
Even more beautiful?
Yeah. I was trying to think of a word that makes amplifies beautiful, but not easy. Yeah, so complete lock on the dark squares, like such a control. The knight again is on a4, not doing very much. Still on a4. We left it, it was on a4, and it just stayed there. And as we see now, the last one was played bishop to a2. That is an indicator that things are not good. You don't want to be playing in this kind of way. And yeah, this is the typical thing that you hope to achieve whenever you exchange the light square bishop in Benoni against the knight. Then you try to play for the fact that all the pawns are on the light squares and the bishop is just useless, and you just dominate those dark squares. And that's why also the h6 g5, what I mentioned when we looked at it before, is a useful move, because there is no way to break through on those dark squares. And even here f4 was achieved, but it doesn't help any of the dark square control issue, would say, or something like that. So
here knight g6, if we're looking for immediate ways to convert this, what do you think about knight g6?
I don't want to allow anything to come to g4.
Queen g5, but h5?
h5 is there. Just kick the queen away and take the rook.
You could take on f7 if you want to.
No. I think I'm gonna restrain myself from doing that.
And on h5, take on g6?
Yeah, now I will take on g6.
Takes on e4?
Oh, that one is also hanging.
That's
That's
why
not
I
good.
wanted to play all this. Yeah, I wanted to get e4. Now, is there a way to get to the king? 92. You're not threatening anything yet, no?
Probably not. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Does it work?
No, there's
Looks up.
rook e6. That drops the piece. Or it doesn't.
Knight f4.
It doesn't drop the piece. Okay.
Maybe you can. Yeah, you can't do anything. Takes. Yeah.
And on something like queen g5.
Yeah. Maybe rook b7. But then no, that should be fine. Still fine. That one. Okay. You want to keep an eye on d8, no?
But now rook e6
But
is kind of there.
right. But queen c2. And what's going on? Is this so wrong?
No, I'm trying
Maybe
to
we trap the bishop on a2.
trying to survive here from the white.
Well, speaking about the bishop on a2, wasn't it possible to go for this queen c2 idea without all the 92 things that I'm doing?
Oh, that's
Maybe you
brave.
could go queen c2.
But I don't think you're ready to take it, since then there's rook g7,
Yeah,
at
rook
least with a
g7.
perpetual. So that gives a lot of wiggle room for white to try to save it. Not sure. I want to sacrifice immediately, but it's
There's
too
still
many.
queen g6 back, no?
Yeah, but I'm thinking maybe that's fine. Yeah, but those pieces are just not working. This is so unpleasant. Yeah, it doesn't look nice. It doesn't look nice at all. It's even if you can't see anything against moves like queen c2, which doesn't help in defense at all, then the attack is not great.
So what to do on knight g6 then? Maybe rook g4 and on h5, rook g5.
Yeah, but once this falls, then we have bishop b1.
Bishop b1.
Okay, that's
not nice.
that brings white back in the game. Yeah, if the bishop gets exchanged for a knight, that's good.
There's still queen e2, I think.
Yeah,
Here.
but it's we have a game. Just have a game now. Okay, I cannot exchange queens and stuff, but I'm just curious. What is this line?
Wow.
Probably not.
Let's take the queen.
Probably nothing. Yeah, the king can run away. It's just gonna run and hide.
Hide behind the b3 pawn.
Yeah, that's not a very serious idea. So we don't manage to take on d4. We don't have time for that.
And I don't think there's a way to not trade queens, because if queen c1, there's knight b3. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ugly. It's incredibly ugly. All the pieces they're somewhere on the board, but they are not having like a common purpose, really. Okay, so here, perhaps we do have to take
Maybe
on h5.
you can take with the queen. Yeah. queen takes h5, and try some rook h3 ideas. But rook h3 will never work because of knight f4.
There's no threat on rook h3 even.
You're still threatening rook h3, yeah. It's not so clear.
Yeah, so now could be any move by the idea played. Even just going for checkmate, perhaps? Knight e2?
Yeah, okay, because what you're saying is that rook h3 is not threatening anything. It's just a check on h7.
White doesn't have with
And
what to attack. That's the issue.
and if you try to take on g6 now,
And now?
again defend with the rook, no?
Yeah, we just defend with the rook. And that's it, I guess. Yeah, that's game over. No way to do anything. Black's king is so safe. Oh, wow. It looks so bad for white. So very bad, yeah.
Just trying to figure out what could work on knight g6, but it's unclear.
One thing is that in such position you don't feel like going for a direct line anyways, because you just can enjoy the position with also just positional moves. But here, I guess, pieces are standing quite perfect already.
Maybe on knight g6, try rook f1, and if queen e4, the bishop b1. But now bishop b1 also drops d5.
Yeah, it drops d5 pawn. And then b3 pawn as well.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem to achieve very much.
Takes on b3.
You make queen b3. But also could be rook b3. Although we lose on d6, so... Okay, just thinking, do I need to take the d5 pawn? Same queen e2, for example. So bishop takes g6, and just exchange queens. Ah, no, then bishop f7 is still intermediate move. Okay. And on rook g6 we take on d1, takes, and just king f7, h7, I don't know. Okay, let's say h7.
But rook d6?
Aha, rook d6 again. Yeah, I don't want to give that pawn so easily.
Yeah, that's why I thought that maybe here there was a better chance for something.
Okay, the knight is hanging.
The knight is hanging, yeah. Oh, the knight is trapped.
Yeah, now we're gonna go king h7.
Yeah.
Since now the knight is and the rook is under attack. Yeah, this was my idea. The knight is trapped there somewhere, but somehow I couldn't understand how to do it. But yeah, it's just very straightforward immediately. We just... And I guess you can achieve the same by also playing here, and then knight b3. Ah no, then c5 is hanging. Okay, yeah. So we have to start with knight b3.
Start with knight b3.
And that forces.
Doesn't look very nice for white in neither of these lines. So this is what we have now, and we are trying knight g6. I guess Indjic is also trying to figure out a lot of the ideas here after rook g4, h5, and what we were seeing before. But I think knight g6 will be played. It looks very direct.
Or
We
you could
have
argue for
to
playing
check
some
on.
move like king h8 still, or something.
Get out of the pin before you do anything. But okay, king h8 is not necessarily useful in the lines that we saw with h5, because
Yeah,
then the pawn on h5 drops with check.
could not be useful sometimes, that's true. Yeah, we can't get c4 yet to work. We can't take on b3. f5 doesn't seem to be achieving too much as well. So it feels like it's time for knight g6. Just
What
from the...
about, is queen b7 an option here? Try to get the pawn on b3 for a change.
Probably queen it comes to h5.
And queen h6. So white does have some active ideas in this position.
Yeah, you should not bring more pieces away to the queen side. Yeah, like there's not such a simple move that improves the position for black. Everything seems to be improved already. So... And white just played move that put the pieces away from game, like bishop c2, bishop a2. I mean, they were forced to do that. So then it feels like it's time to strike and do something. And I do like the knight g6, just going for it immediately.
He played something. He just made a move, but I don't think we have it yet. Did you catch that?
No,
Did not catch what he did.
did not see the move that he played. Which one is it? The knight is not standing on g6. Rook went somewhere. Rook is no longer on d8.
Ah, yeah, the rook is no longer on b8, that's true.
It's on e8. He played rook e8.
With the knight g6 threat? Why rook e8?
Yeah, I guess. I guess that you don't need so many attackers on b3. Maybe. So just improving the last piece before taking action.
And if queen h5, what you were suggesting before, king moves.
No, then I
knight
think knight
g6 anyway.
g6.
And rook g4.
Yeah, but then we can take on b3. No, we can't take. No, we can't. The rook is still on the third rank.
Still on the third rank, yes.
Nothing changed in that regard. Yeah. So then, knight e2 does work or doesn't work?
I like rook g6.
I think it could still be just great for over black. Those standing here.
You cannot argue that you have two pieces for a rook, no? Besides, the bishop on a2 is almost gone after rook e2. Rook e1 and queen e2 or something.
Yeah, I just want to checkmate, actually. That's my simple plan. Rook e1.
Rook e1 is also threatening rook g1.
Yeah, depending where the queen
if
lands.
the queen is gone. Yeah.
Yeah, queen a6, we can just go rook e1 and...
Yeah.
And you don't have... Yeah, there's
Bishop
just no...
d4.
There's no way to get them in the game, yeah. Knight b6, yeah, then we can deliver this. And still queen f1 is there, but bishop d4, and that's it.
Very nice. We have a few moves or not? I thought I saw Salem also making a move.
Don't know yet. No, but rook looks to be on g8 already. So could he have played king h7 and then rook g8? Somehow, that we are missing multiple moves? Or just
We are
calculate...
missing more than one move, yes.
Because I'm counting how many white squares I see. And no, it is e8. It's the third white square, or it's the fourth. From our side, I can't
cannot really figure out. That's too small. But I saw at least two moves from white, and we don't have any on the board.
Yeah, so sometimes does happen that the board's moves come in batches. So I think King H7 was played and Rook G8 was played already. Not sure why, but he's just building position to the fullest.
Well, maybe that gives us some time to take a quick look at some of the other games, board 3 and, for example, I don't think, board 2 and 3, sorry.
Yeah. So on board 3, the game is progressing very nicely for black.
Is
He's
that
just
2 extra pawns now?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
so
2 extra
here
pawns.
was queen c3 attacking on h3. The only way to defend was exchanging the queens, and h5 came. And so
And there was no way to defend it anymore.
yeah, there's no f3 with the rook on e1, so that's it. And 2 extra pawns, that's a technical win. You can try to hope for tricks, but it's just a technical win here for black.
And on board 2, you had some interesting positions there as well.
The game is over.
The
draw was agreed
over.
in this position. They exchanged
Or
queens.
we are missing some moves again. We might be missing some moves.
Okay, rook d1 was played.
Yeah. And bishop e7.
Bishop e7, and it's possible that they agreed for a draw here. Not out of the question. 5 pawns against 5 pawns, an endgame. Feels like the bishop on f7 is powerful. This is powerful, but d5 squared. But it's also takes some time to attack anything. And if white was really in a fighting mode, they could have played queen c1 here. And that was the fighting approach for this position. So yeah, the kings are standing as in a draw, and on the board.
Yeah, that definitely ended in a draw already. We just don't have it updated.
And
so
we have
what's left? Board 4 is
okay. H6 was not
it.
played. We have the position here. Get here. And queen d6 immediately. Simply queen d6. Oh, that is just so funny. So nice. So bishop g5 doesn't work because knight f3. Fork, and if you take, then queen g5. And now we can take all the pawns. I don't know if we need to take them. And then
but you
we
can
just
for the fun of it.
Yeah, here is checkmate on f5, and here
bishop e4.
Just bishop e4 is probably good enough. Yeah, the king is not gonna get out of here. It's just so naked. Yeah, it's just winning. So queen d6 is a very cool move, and seems to be very hard to answer to. And but I think I saw that just players make some moves. Not sure.
Yeah, we might be missing moves on a few boards. Well, we have moves on Indjic's board, if we or we don't.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
Yeah, so
it's
probably
just
here
our
was
analysis.
Bishop f2 played with some queen g5 threats, but defending against knight f3, and then maybe h6 or something. The position on the board is very different from what we have right now. There's definitely no rook on a8 anymore, and but by the looks of it, there's still knight on a4. So black is doing good.
Some things are just constant.
They don't
change.
Okay, so we don't know what is happening here exactly. So the board 3 was the one where the moves were coming in still. Is there some other boards? The group is 4 points though was big, so we can also see
against Amar against Theodoro was also a matchup between players with 4 points. Is up white up a piece?
Yeah, but his black to move on f2 is hanging.
Okay.
So the black is calculating, can he win or should he exchange queens? So here, king g3.
Check. But then bishop f4. Well, actually, it takes the rook. Is even better than bishop f4.
Yeah, we can take the rook. So maybe it's coming to this
This is
position.
forced.
And this should be just a draw. Yeah, the king there checks. I don't think we can hold on to the pawn even. We can theoretically, but okay, like this we lose the pawn. We can hold on to it in this kind of way, and if you do attack it, but that's there is no way to win this kind of position. It's
No.
just just doesn't happen. Those rooks are kind of funny there. You can actually lose this accidentally from white by getting somewhere checkmate because the king can become too weak.
You can see that happening with the rook on f8, yeah.
Yeah, I just suddenly some mating that. So yeah, they would take on g6 and take on d4 or something, and just a draw here. But so he's calculating if there's anything better in this position. So he played bishop h2
So that's
right
how
now.
it got. Okay, that's how white became a piece up.
Very, very momentarily piece.
It may be that we don't have all the moves for this game either. It may be that they have already finished and agreed to a draw.
Board 7 is also 2 players on 4 points.
Yeah.
And it seems like black is trying to push slightly, just trying to win the c-pawn and then play 4 against 3 in the long term. But it should be...
I would have thought it's about equal.
But it should be equal, but I think black is trying to push. Yeah, this kind of endgames we sometimes see the higher rated player winning. Like now with black pieces, higher rated player is just step by step, making sure that they get some activity, exchange the queens. I think it's not bad to exchange the queens, then you can activate the king, and then you're just looking to win the pawn. And now the opponent is too passive, maybe then some chances might occur.
Maybe, yeah. But it's kind of hard to imagine how that happens.
Yeah, definitely.
Without trading all the minor pieces, because even if you win the pawn and trade the minor pieces, the rook endgame is usually an easy draw.
Depending on the pawn structure a little bit in the process, what happens. So
if you get your pawn to h4.
If you get your pawn to h4, yeah.
Although I have to say that you can still push with an extra pawn. I once won this endgame, the rook endgames with 4 against 3.
Yeah, it's definitely doable. But usually, yeah, on the grandmaster level, if you do get the pawn to h4, then it's fine. But if you don't get it, like if you're faced with g5, then actually that game is very, very hard. And there are so many tricky ways how the side with 4 pawns can actually win the game as well. And here we also had Woodward Andy with 4 points, but it was a Greenfeld. Can already see by the structure. And white is pawn up, but the king is a bit exposed and is trying to deal with all the crazy bishop checks. Yeah,
actually, bishop a4 is a big threat in this moment, no?
Yeah, that's in this moment. It's actually threatening to win some material, yeah. Just there's going to be a problem.
Yeah, on king e1, there's bishop c3, yeah.
And I think we cannot even play bishop a7. Or can we?
King c1. Ah,
So here, king c1.
yeah. How?
Okay.
Could you give a check and bishop c3? There's rook e7, unfortunately.
Okay, what is happening? What is going on?
No, but maybe rook e7 is nothing. So bishop c3, rook e2, bishop b5,
Okay,
king f8. You could go back to e3.
right on h7.
Now bishop d3.
Yes.
I don't know. I got so far and I thought this was winning. On bishop d4, there's king d2. Actually, the bishop's also protected.
Yeah,
So
that was the idea. But maybe just king g8 can make a kind of a perpetual?
I was
No.
trying to find a checkmate. Rook e8? Bishop e3. No,
Yeah, I
bishop
don't.
e3, rook b8. Yes, that's
Rook e8 does it threaten anything?
Oh, it doesn't threaten anything. You have bishop d1.
Yeah.
That's bad news.
And
Mm.
so I might go just d6 here.
Yeah, okay. Bishop d1 on bishop e2. There's king c2.
Yeah. And that's attacked. Wow, it's surprisingly tactical endgame.
So all this didn't help.
We might win the exchange if we play bishop c3 immediately. Ah no, then there's rook d3. But at least it completely ties down white's position. I don't know if there's any way to exploit it, but it's extremely tight. No, but d6 and it's fine. We just have to make a draw now. Which is not even draw because we can take on c3. Oh yeah. Okay.
Too many tactics going on here on too many
Also
boards.
wouldn't be surprised if there's just some intermediate rook a8 first or something, and then we win the a2 pawn somehow. Or we start with bishop c3. We could start with bishop c3 if you want.
Rook e2.
Now to a8. Oh, but there's rook e7. That's the problem. Okay. That is a big problem, yeah. Trying to get some favorable version of this same ideas. Doesn't work, yeah. Okay, well, that's tough to calculate. But also here we have actually completely different position, as we can see by the time. Since the last move that this game also is frozen.
Yeah. A lot of things must have happened. In the meantime, we have a decisive result. Sevian won against Karti Venkataraman. I think he was on 3.5. Yes, he was on 3.5.
And let's try to catch some action in some camera board because by the looks of it, all the boards are frozen at the moment. At least for me, it seems like.
Yeah, I don't see any new moves either.
Okay, then can we see the position here? No, we have no idea what is happening in this one, but they're still playing. Trying to find some.
Let me check on Faustino, because he was one of the players trying to get a GM norm here. Did he finish? He made a draw.
Still on
And
track.
still on track, and quite a quick draw, 11 moves.
Oh,
So
wow.
it was, yeah, it was a rest day today.
It's not bad when you can make a draw with almost 200 points higher rated opponent in 11 moves.
And I think with the black pieces also, or no, yes, with the black pieces.
Okay, that is like extremely curious. How could it happen? Why could it happen? I just wonder. I gotta see what was the opening, just for my curiosity. So why did White not want to play the game?
Oh,
White
it was
played
just
queen.
a draw offer.
White just
I
played
thought
queen before and offered the draw.
I
Yeah,
thought
there
it was a repetition.
probably there is some reason why a player from White pieces couldn't play a game. Maybe we never know what is behind the scenes story. There could be just in tournaments sometimes happen some very unexpected things. You can catch some cold or something, some terrible, or you can catch some, you can get some food poisoning or when traveling, or some all sorts of things can happen, or there can be some home situation that doesn't let you focus on the chess, and you're just completely, your mind is somewhere else and so on. Yeah. So, and yeah, those are just a few of the examples, and there are tons of them that we can't even just imagine. So yeah, just it looks like the case where player with white pieces had some reason why today he just decided that it's not a good idea for him to play the game.
Yeah. And I'm also checking, of course, on baby Sarah, who was trying to get her last GM norm. We discovered she's on board 23, and her position here looked, how did it look? Good, I think. It's a rook endgame, but it looks like she had the upper hand. Curious to see what the result will be. How many points did she have? I'm just curious. 33. She had 3 points. So yeah, still very high chances for a norm if she wins today, with a
Yeah,
25.87 performance.
any win is giving chance for the norm, very big ones automatically. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the advantage of playing 2600 level players constantly.
This is a very good tournament to try and get norms if you have you're in good shape, of course. It can be a very depressing tournament if you're in bad shape.
Yeah, you cannot escape just all those strong players, and it looks like they're still intensely fighting here. So what do we see in the camera feed? We see that bishop
We
is
see a
still on
rook on
a2,
b7. Yes, that's a
and
rook on b7, no?
pawn on a5, and we have a result also on board 2. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
We saw
that was
that
the
one.
draw.
That's
Yes.
one we already saw. And on board 3, still the game is running. So still the end game with the 2 extra pawns is not over, but would be very surprising if there's any action left into that one. And so what we are following now is board 5 or board 2, just it's an assigned board. Normally it would be board 2. And for some reason we are just having some moment where the moves are not getting delivered to us, so we're trying to make out some action from camera feed.
I can see a pawn on a3 on board 4. So probably he captured something. There was a white pawn there on a3. Probably captured it.
Yeah. On board 4, we see bishop still on a2 and knight still on a4, which is kind of funny. Oh, we got moves.
We got moves.
We got moves, and I guess we got moves everywhere. Just there was some hiccup on the move delivery. And what is going on? I guess black is just still winning. Two extra pawns? No.
Two extra pawns, yeah, because we're not counting the one on a3. No? So rook f5 might just, I was wondering exactly about the same thing.
Very forces the queen exchange. It will take on a3, we'll take back on a3, and that
You
should
also
be
have a bishop pair too.
just winning, yeah. But of course, you always, in such moments, you're also calculating, do you have some cleaner way where you don't have to grind out some endgame and maybe just some other move is totally winning. Okay, he goes for rook f5. Yeah, that's just very clinical win. Go for
It's
an
also
endgame.
good when you're low on time. No need to complicate things.
Yeah, only hope for white is to find some way to exchange the knight for the light square bishop and get different colored bishop endgame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he
Bishop.
cannot trade queens. Can he avoid the trade of queens after rook f5?
I don't think so, because then the pawns keep falling. You don't want to allow queen takes g4. That would be...
No,
yeah, they
no.
are the exchanged queens.
Trade. Yeah.
He's also going to take on a3 now.
I was wondering if he can play b3, but then we have exactly the same thing on as on board 5. The bishop completely stuck there.
And I think actually that after ba we could still see some intermediate move bishop c2, not even to allow the blockade with bishop b3 on any light square game whatsoever, and now just a take here. And now this is coming still unstoppably, at least to a3 immediately. Or we're going to see a4 bishop b3 immediately or something like this. Yeah, just so many ways to win it. It's like completely winning position.
So
yeah, bishop c2 is also played.
Bishop c2 is also played. Nice.
Okay, so let's catch up on all the other boards. I guess there is some uncertainty. What is happening on board 5?
Yeah.
Board 2, board 5, not sure. So what was played? Not knight g6? Wait, what happened?
You are right. The king did go to h7 and the rook to g8.
And after 20 minutes of thought, so he did not like something after knight g6. He must have been calculating that one. And so he opted for slow improving. And knight got in the game from a4. Wow, that's a big progress.
But this is looking much better for white than what we are checking out before.
Yeah, so the bishop is still on a2, which is sad. So you cannot like completely lose your advantage with this bishop, but it's a very big progress for white. This is a game. You also
have to find a way to convert it, no? Because if white manages to just hold this, that's good enough.
And white is gonna pressure the h6 pawn as well. All the time have to watch from some queen h5 ideas and just h6 pawn falling. Yeah, we don't know what was wrong with knight g6 or just a very direct approach. It did seem like black is very ready to start to just deliver the tactical play and to win the game immediately. Since, as we saw now, this approach, the issue was that white also had some time. And even improving one of the pieces that was completely out of the game is a big achievement. And also the rook from b4 now is on b7. It's not so active anymore, and
You cannot attack e4 anymore. That was an important weakness in the position. And now he's trying to bring the rook in the game.
yeah, he
Where?
has to.
To e8?
I think he's just looking for the way to counter queen h5.
Queen h5.
So he wants to play rook h8 against it.
White has some threats of his own, no? In this position.
Small ones, but they're there, yeah. And now it's also not so unrealistic that we're careless in exchanging too many pieces. At some point, that those can be exchanged, and the bishop just regroups to c4 and or to c2 and just makes a draw in some endgame. Rook f2. That seems dangerous to leave the back rank.
But there's nothing making it to the back rank for now, I guess. Maybe he wants queen f1? No. Don't think so. Or he wants to have g2 well protected.
Queen 7. Okay, this seems like a blitz game a bit right
Well,
now.
it is a blitz game at this point.
Just
With
making the
a
kind
little
of
bit more. Yeah.
those little moves making, no big ones, just those small ones, just attacking something, defending something, making sure that everything is protected, and just waiting it out.
Rook h3. Aha, that's actually a nice way to also defend b3.
It was on h3 though, and it went to h4. Aha, because before maybe there was some tactic with the queen on d7, something to do with rook g2.
Maybe.
So he didn't want that to be the case, and that's why rook was running away from the queen. Okay, rook moved over to the king side to h8. Well, okay, so he wants to push h5, h4, perhaps, since we
Maybe
won't be
go
able to.
queen h5.
Yeah, now it seems like a good idea to go queen h5, just block it.
Yeah, sorry, you were saying that on h5, rook h5 wasn't possible. You were showing why not.
Okay, bishop. Oh, bishop is returning. I'm not sure if it's not possible. Like, I think that's the idea, something to here, but
Something to do with
maybe.
h2.
Oh, but this is covered.
That's covered, yeah.
Oh no. So that's just.
That's
There's
sad.
no h5. It seems like black has lost the thread of the game. It is sometimes those moments that like everything is working in harmony, but then you're just at some point like you don't have this clarity on what is
I don't even know what
right.
black's plan is here. Oh, it's not very clear.
No, not at all. And still, if you're so careless, the bishop could get also to be a dangerous piece. Just imagining that it gets to h5. And white is going to be playing for the win.
Maybe that's exactly what he's trying to do now. Is there any reason why bishop to d3 immediately doesn't work? I don't think so.
No, not now.
Maybe he needs to go. Oh, he went rook f6.
Okay, so he doesn't want to allow that.
It's good that there's no check on the g file with the rook. There's only queen g4, but
Okay, we take.
yeah.
Queen takes, bishop d3. What's next? I'm so happy that to get it here. That's just such a relief.
I don't know. I'm looking at maybe. Oof, I cannot move the rook. It's not easy to make moves for black anymore.
Yeah, like h5 now?
But
Maybe take the b3
you
pawn if you
take
take.
b3. Uh-huh.
Perhaps, but that's still like the pawn on h4. It's not like it's super safe there. Bishop e2, h4 can be, and now just bishop d2, attack here, then ready to attack here. Oh, he
And
was
he
rook.
didn't even want to trade the rooks, and he went rook a2 asking questions about the pawn on e5.
Wow, but wow.
This
This,
knight b5.
yeah, this is not one of those small little moves that I was talking about that you do in the time travel. This is a big move, allowing the rook on that file with only queen covering the back rank mate issues and still having two minor pieces over here.
I
That
think
is,
knight b5 is interesting now, yeah? Because rook
yeah,
a5, knight c3, and then the back rank issues that you're mentioning are felt. You
this is the
can't
kind of
move the
move that
queen.
loses the blitz games usually for me. I just don't want to exchange pieces. I'm gonna keep some action and then blunder something by allowing opponent to attack me. He went rook b8. Okay,
Mhm.
I was thinking about queen b7 about the ideas of take on b3. I wonder if this is the same.
It probably is, yeah. Rook b3 is a threat, or knight b3.
Yeah, I don't like rook a2. Even at this point already exchanging those two pawns would be an improvement for black since everything was starting to go bad.
Does he have a way of defending against knight takes with bishop c2?
I guess technically with bishop c2.
Take
But
and take with a rook, no? Mhm.
but then we have some moves like rook f2. Yeah, that's unpleasant. He did go bishop c2. On rook f2, we still do technically have bishop e3, but it's just barely holding together on such an edge again.
Yeah, but okay, bishop e3 will be okay. I wonder
No.
if there isn't anything else, something like a4, for example, yeah.
What about this position?
Yeah, something like this.
Doesn't feel good. uh,
Yeah, but maybe rook f3 and get rid of that problem.
it doesn't get rid of that problem though. The back rank is still here. the
The f1 problem.
the F1 problem does disappear, yeah, but the other problems do remain. And just bishop f4, for example. No, then no, yeah, no, bishop f4 is nice. Also queen e4.
Okay, yeah.
Pieces are so incredibly tangled now.
Yeah, I was trying to see if rook f1 with the idea of rook queen g4 works, but no, because everything is still pinned.
Yeah, everything is completely
And
pinned.
hanging afterwards, the rook on c2, the bishop on c1.
Yes, this looks very unpleasant, at least practically. What other move? Well, knight b5 is another move. Yeah, that's also could be.
Ah, we can do that here as well, yeah.
Although then maybe it doesn't. Wait, what happened? What happened?
What move was played?
No, that's not. Queen d7 was played. Okay.
Threatening queen b5?
d4, I think.
Queen g4. Okay. So if rook takes a5, okay, so if rook takes f5, there's always knight c2.
Ah, yeah, that's not there.
Yeah,
But
that's there.
Queen g4, just a
Queen
threat right
g4,
now.
not really, because we take with check.
Ooh,
So not yet a threat. We'll have to do something first. But maybe it's just meant against Queen g4. Could it be?
maybe just stop the check, and that pass
Or
the
maybe
move.
Queen b5.
Maybe just to pass the move to white, because now the position time trouble just is annoying. It's like the practical way, not really going for anything direct, just.
So, oh, he went bishop e3.
Okay, now we can take the pawn. Oh no, we can't. I thought we can take and take here now, but there's bishop h6. Or we can, because after rook h6, rook b3, there is an h2 hanging.
That's so complicated. Can we see it on the board? At this point, everything becomes a little bit fuzzy.
Okay, we can't take with the
So
queen because of rook f1, so we can take.
there's
And
bishop g1, but I probably bishop d4 wins, no? Yeah,
yeah.
bishop d4 wins.
And here I was thinking that this position, but now is there some? Is this fine for white or no?
At least everything on light squares, so the bishop doesn't win anything when it moves.
Oh yeah, we can play rook h3 as well. Yeah, that's fine for white. That's totally fine for white. No, although it's not winning. Let's say that. I don't think
Bishop
it's somehow.
e5 and
If this pawn gets to a3, it's already worth a rook, I think, with that bishop defending from e5. But it's gonna be hard to win this from black side. He now went for a4 idea. So he waited a move and now went a4. I wonder, is that a better version of the same thing? No.
So for example, what if white takes on a4? Okay, now rook takes queen a4 maybe was the idea. We actually...
No, he played bishop d4.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, queen a4 I guess was the idea. But we don't have a back rank. And then to attack on e4. Yeah, I think he's just trying to play it avoiding some crazy tactics. And on a4 now we had bishop takes d4.
And now he's thinking, because does he have an option? Is pawn takes b3 an option?
Or line, maybe before with a4 immediately also on rook b1 was not working to bishop h6 and queen b1.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. He probably has to take on the... Oh, with a pawn.
Yeah, because if he takes with the bishop, I think it's... We're not gonna win with a checkmate anymore, and white is just running with a pawn, and there is...
But
here...
Isn't this similar? Maybe the difference was that e5 might have been a bit annoying. So instead of taking on a4, maybe e5. I don't know if it worked. Or
I
white
think he
try to open up.
wants the bishop to be still on e5, just to attack on h2 maybe. Or no. Or he's hoping the d pawn is gonna be running somehow soon.
No, but maybe e5 actually was a problem on bishop takes d4.
Why?
I don't know. I was thinking something along the lines of rook g3 and queen d3.
It doesn't threaten much. Not very much.
No, because the king can go to f8 also.
Yeah, if it needs to.
Okay.
Is white gonna win this one now?
Now he has an idea. Rook f2.
I think just rook f3 now. And we take back with the queen. It's starting to look very, very dangerous for black as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the bishop on e5. It looks kind of stuck really with the pawn on d4.
Queen h3 tactics? No, they don't exist
Yeah,
now.
I looked at them, but I don't think they take me anywhere.
Yeah, this is something sometimes happens like this. You have the fantastic dream position. Every piece is standing perfectly. But usually in these moments, it's very important to just decide on some action and just to go for it and like some direct line that is actually doing something. And if you are just forever not doing anything direct, then opponent improves the pieces, the ones due to which you had this advantage, and then all of a sudden, yeah, it's a different game. And unless there are some tactics now, I think White is just in charge.
Would be nice to bring the queen somewhere to help out the rook on f2.
Maybe we
No?
sacrifice an exchange now on c2 and take on a4, at least not to lose this pawn and just try to hold that one. But that's a desperate step, of course.
Is it a desperate situation? That's what we have to assess as well. Maybe it is, because if you go back to f6,
Pawn
it's
is just
just,
gonna...
yeah.
It's... And we... That's a big pawn then. If we have to start playing defense on the queen side, the e5 bishop is a big pawn.
Rook g2 also doesn't do anything. Nothing at all.
Yep, we just take and cover.
Yeah.
d3 also doesn't do much, we just take. No background issues. Or are there? There are some. Ah no, queen c2.
Queen c2 solves it.
Yeah, queen c2 solves it. Okay. I think he realizes, like, we look at the body language, he's the players, like they in
Saleh
camera.
is much more relaxed.
Yeah, he feels the excitement, the thrill, like he just he knows what has happened. They both know what has happened, really, obviously, and it's just a complete turnaround. It just like looked close to strategically winning for Black, maybe even tactically winning. Who knows? Yeah, but
I was thinking we're gonna have such a model game with the control over the dark squares, and unfortunately now it doesn't look clear at all anymore.
and he was also up on the clock quite a lot, I think. Of course, we don't know the situation on the clock very, very precisely, but in the
Yeah, we do
meantime,
have some results.
yeah, exactly. Meantime, Sargsyan won his game, and Ivic Velimir also won his game. So they move on to 5 points,
5. Yeah.
joining Abdusattorov on 5. And on board 6, we had Teodoro against Amar, a draw. And boards 7 and 8 are still playing. But we're going to stay with this game because it is a very, very important moment in the tournament right now for the standings, for who could actually be fighting for the first place. Since at the moment, Indjic is on 5 points. If he had won the game today, if he wins the game today, he is on the sole leader. And the draw is also still keeping him in the shared first. But the loss, he is already trailing behind Giri. What is going on? He did sacrifice the queen.
You said so. You called it. I thought maybe with the queen on e1 it works, but why? Why would it work with the
D3,
queen on?
maybe. He goes for D3. No.
No, that king rook g8. Rook g8 was an idea.
Wait, just a moment. But why not D3? I don't for now understand.
Maybe
Bishop
bishop.
B3?
Yeah, something defending the rook, I was thinking. Bishop
Oh,
b3, bishop b3, or bishop b1, but they are similar, I think.
we don't manage to. Well, yeah, we don't manage to untangle. So there's a king h7 with a threat of rook g8 and rook h1. But that is a small threat.
It's
Because maybe
not winning the endgame, no.
no, but maybe then the d pawn somehow, if he gets d3, maybe it prepares d3 somehow. d3, bishop b3, then rook g8, and he immediately tries to give back the queen. Yeah, it's in time trouble. It's scary when you're under attack in time trouble, and it's a natural reaction to try to go to some position where you control the things in a way that you understand what's happening. It's like natural wish, I think, for any player just to be in that kind of position. Okay, we can have a check.
Just trying to figure out what's going on.
And something like rook g here, and then we have to calculate what is this position.
Bishop to d1.
Yeah, then we can take, and if a2, then we can at least block it on a7. Ah, no, we can't.
No? Oh, we actually have this on the board?
No, we have rook g8. Okay,
Sorry.
we can stay by the board and just speak, because they are going to be making moves very quickly. Take on f2, king f2, yes, they're following it. And rook g3, I think, will be played, because otherwise we are just waiting. If the pawn gets to a6, it's just sad defense.
It's too much, yeah.
We need the d3 to come.
Played. Rook g3 played, and I expect a5 will be played.
Yeah, a5 I think will be played.
Is it better to try and stop d3? No, but you don't really stop d3. With king e2, for example, you just lose a piece after d3.
Oh yeah, because the rook is hanging. Yeah, that's nice. Draw away the bishop and take the rook on a2. And so a5, d3, bishop to d1. And the problem with rook h3 is that after a6 and the check, we have king g2. Oh, but what? No, we can't do that, because we still lose the rook. So a5, d3 here, rook h3, there's a threat, rook h2.
Okay, so h6 doesn't work, yes.
It's a big threat.
So maybe you have to insert bishop f3, but then there's bishop d4.
That is hopeful for black. Bishop d4, yeah, that's one thing. Another thing. Somehow to push the pawn to d2, some ideas. Okay, he goes immediately, yeah. That's good, probably.
But still rook takes h3.
Yeah, because it's with a threat. You take a pawn with a threat, so you just go for it, I think.
I'm thinking something like bishop f3 after rook h3 could be a try just to isolate the rook there. Someone's pointing out in the chat that there was bishop h6 check when that rook was on b1. Yeah, we saw it. Maybe 20 minutes later, we figured it out. So what will happen here? It's very tricky.
No, I think you have to take. I think it's
funny that the dark square bishop on c1 has actually traveled all over the board before coming home in this game. Yeah.
Because when we take and get d3, also, sure, we can trap the bishop, but also h5, h4, h3. It's not that slow. It is...
Takes and bishop h3. We called it. Okay.
And there are also the strategical mind games now going on, like with those practical moves, trying to push on the opponent's time a bit. Aha, okay, so he's trying to provoke king g2. Wow, bishop g3 is so elegant. And we can't go also king e2 because of the a2. So we have to go king f1. But that is an ugly square. And as minimum, we can get an improvement in this kind of way. And because now it would be d3, d2 coming, and already with a threat to take here. So black is actually winning some tempos. Or we go d3 immediately. Ah no, on d3, then we have a rook here and it takes the pawn. We don't get a bishop f4 anymore. I like bishop f4 as a move. So bishop f4,
Bishop
king
f4.
f2, d3, a5, d2, rook a1. What is
But
that?
yeah.
Who is better? Who is winning it?
Maybe bishop g2 here? No, but that kind of allows the rook to move away.
Ah, but it could be played. But yeah, it moves away, and the d-pawn is actually more advanced than the a-pawn. It is one file ahead, and it comes with a check, so this is also a bonus.
But it's also that the pawn on the a file is more difficult to stop.
Well, not with the bishop on e3, if we get...
Yeah.
Maybe he's planning king f2, bishop e3, and yeah, sure, king g2 could come, but then rook can go around somehow, and d3 could come. Okay, rook a3.
But this is also clever because you get out of the problems on the second rank. You keep the rook stuck on a3, on h3.
But
d3 is no longer an option, no?
we lose the pushing power after bishop c1.
Ah, bishop c1.
And
Why do we lose it? Bishop c1, rook b3? Bishop d2.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3. I can try it. Can play maybe king g2 there and push the pawn.
This is a long way out.
You can always sacrifice the d pawn. I didn't catch the move that he played now. It's not bishop c1.
g3.
g3.
He's building something. Net, mate.
Some mating net. We've seen him build one before.
No, but now king e2 seems to be a very effective move. But also we could just try
But
already
a5?
a5.
Is anything
Yeah,
wrong with
a5
a5?
is goes.
There he goes.
I think bishop c1 now. It seems useful since there is no square where rook attacks the bishop, so we push it away from the a file, then we have a possibility to at least attack the a pawn when the rook comes back. Or first bishop c1, rook b3, and then bishop e3 with some threats of rook g1. We force the king e2, and then we go with the rook, like on g1, maybe, or from around. Yeah, bishop c1, I think, was played. But white is building time. It's already white is the one pressuring here on time, and well,
Is
this
rook
kind of
d3 also possible? Because sometimes it's annoying that the pawn can advance and stop the a pawn with the bishop on e3. So maybe I just want to block it on d3.
yeah, that could be.
Rook d3 and, well, if bishop e3, king, rook b3. Yeah, the natural way.
What happens in this race? h5.
Ah, you have another one.
h5, h4, h7, h3. Ah, that's one too short. Okay, I thought I was already on h2 and then I can sacrifice on f3, but no, I'm one move too short. Okay, that doesn't exist as an option. Bishop e3, yeah, that's expected. King e2. But is it so good? No, yeah, king e2. The issue is that sometimes d3 can come with a check. Okay, but now we have no bishop f1 to defend the pawn on a6. So rook g8, I think, is gonna be played. No, something else. What was the move?
Rook g4. Because if I go a6, rook f4, king e1.
He wants to have bishop f2 and d3, maybe? Ah, no, he just wants to rook f2. A7, then we have rook a2. I think that's fine. So rook a3. Ah, but then we can take, and after
a7,
a7,
d3,
we have d3 threatening checkmate. And win. Oh. They are so
Maybe.
tricky. That is incredible. He pushed the pawn.
What was that?
The pawn.
Which
no.
pawn? The
e5 pawn.
Pushed. Oh, because there's another pawn on d5 that could become a queen.
But then also we are going to have an e pawn that can become something. This is crazy that both players are trying to trick each other constantly on every move. And the ideas are really...
This is not going to end in a draw, that's certain.
But what is the...
Rook f4, no?
I don't understand. Rook f4, king e1, if we take, what is the idea? Because on d6 I can just go rook this here and here and cash it.
Maybe...
G8.
Oh.
Okay, it also...
Maybe the a8 square was covered in some lines, but I don't know how. I mean...
Yeah, they also don't have time to calculate everything, of course. Playing 30 seconds per move, such a move like e5 can look very scary. But yeah, a8 could be covered maybe sometime. Right, we can give up the d pawn, but we get the pawn to a7 and then it promotes to a8.
Something like that. But now, yes, something like this, isn't it even worse than what we were having before with the pawn on e5?
We can play rook a8 now, and on d7 we can go bishop g5. Yeah, but after this, the white is...
But you can defend the a pawn and then push d6, no? I see a rook on a8 and I see a pawn on d7, no?
Yeah. So bishop d8. Yeah, rook a3, and then maybe d3. No, but with the pawn on d7, this is so dangerous already. We don't have any tricks working for us any longer.
Could the rook also go to b5 sometimes and go d6? Maybe sacrifice on g5. So rook b5 here. I think rook a3 is more natural, but oh, he gave a check to stop d3, no?
Yeah, and you also are scared sometimes to go king g7 because sometimes the sacrifice can come.
I think white will win this.
It looks like that. It
So
does
someone
look
is
like
telling
that.
us that queen takes h3 was the only draw move according to the engine. So queen takes h3, the sacrifice was correct. But we don't have no idea how the follow-up was.
Oh, yeah, but it's d6 now. Oh, wow. And now there is rook g3. Yeah, that's what I kind of felt like, why we don't want king on the g file. That was the trick. That's it. He takes because he has no choice, and then he's gonna look for the move. Maybe he's gonna try to look for checks. Okay, he also has a way to take a piece, so he has to be sure that here, after the checks, king hides, but it can hide just on
Just hides
h3.
on h3, yes.
Wow,
He made a
that's
move, and I
crazy.
think it's rook h3. Rook g3, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna give those checks, but
The spite checks that you always have to give.
we don't have a way to even sacrifice a piece or anything now. Just it's queening unstoppably.
Well, we're
Yeah,
going to have a sole leader after this round. Looks like it.
it does look like it. And that it's gonna be Indjic Giri with a quick draw today. And now he is gonna resign. I think there's just no trick left.
Yeah. Such a heartbreak.
Yeah.
I think for he was having a great tournament, a great position today, and we were rooting for the Benoni in every round. But
Yeah.
this didn't go well. Something
Yeah.
happened at that moment where we're looking at knight g6. Something went wrong there.
Yeah, there are no moves at all. It's just we are seeing the final moments of this game. Usually you can give up something and but here there is no such possibility. It's just unstoppable queen. There's no way to escape checks or anything. Just rook g5 comes and we queen.
Even if you play rook a, well, that's actually a pin. You don't have to sacrifice.
That's it. Yeah, he resigns.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so we have a decisive game on this board. Salem wins, and Alexander Indjic looks very disappointed from his body language. He missed something at some point, by the looks of it. And well, this leaves us with the sole leader, Indjic Giri, going into the final rounds with 5.5 out of 7.
Yeah, and he's gonna be followed by the pack of so that is 1,
5
2,
points.
3, 4, 4 people. No, 5 people. Yeah, 5 people. That's right. 5 people on 5 points. Still, Indjic is not out of the fight for the first place. Only half a point behind the first place, the leader sharing the second. But it must be such a tough moment right now for him mentally in this game, as from the way it was progressing. And this is still the game where both players have 4 points, and it seems to be just a drawn rook endgame. Of course, try to confuse the opponent, but I assume that player with white pieces will know how to draw this one. The most
Yeah.
classical one with a and yeah, we also just see the bar here. Still players are analyzing and so on. You can just see just for the
Yeah, let's
curiosity.
check what the mistake was.
So yeah.
And even after queen h3, it's interesting to see what. So
The position was great, or was it not great where we left it here? We were wondering that king h7 was not a great move.
knight
Yes, the
g6 was.
engine does agree with us, and knight g6 indeed was just the best move, and it just was. Yeah, just an advantage for black. We did not find how white can equalize there, and apparently we were correct. That's also good to know.
That's
And
reassuring.
yeah, and then this whole plan, it just did not create any threats, and white actually improving just pieces step by step. Yeah, even here, like already the bar is preferring white, which is crazy. and there are no problems apparently anymore. Then they are shuffling pieces around, shuffling, and yeah, I already saw that here rook a2. Yeah, that move seemed strange, but it worked out. And here bishop c2, and
apparently there was a moment here where black would have gotten the advantage, but it's not
so
queen d7.
no, queen d7 is still good.
Just seems to be giving an advantage with some move.
Yeah, it's still keeping the +2 evolution, and here we have knight c2 is winning.
Knight c2 was winning. We did look at this, right? Rook takes c2, and what? Because on rook b3 there was bishop h6.
And now just a4.
Mm-hmm.
Same idea. He was going for this idea. That's why he played a4, but just missed bishop takes d4. And now,
We did look
yeah,
at this at some point, yeah.
yeah. Now he takes an a4 and e4, and that's winning. Oh wow, yeah. That is actually also the pain that you actually just do the same idea, but you need to do the different move order, and then it's winning. And that's the key actually of the accuracy of calculating short lines, is the most decisive thing actually usually where the blunders occur and some chances appear and so on. And yeah, you don't need to be necessarily able to calculate 10 move lines, but if you can calculate 3 moves, 4 moves precisely ahead, that is like every time. If you
That's
can do
much
that,
better.
yeah, that's just very, very big power. And yeah, just missed bishop d4 intermediate move.
And very well played here by Salem in, under a lot of pressure.
Here king g1 was apparently advantage.
Uh-huh.
Not allowing queen takes h3 simply.
Yeah.
And the
queen
end
h3,
game,
it's amazing how he found it.
And then in the end game, this seemed like both players are still playing it for the win.
This never looked equal to us, but the engine shows it as equal.
Rook g4 was still good. It did feel like this. And now
d
he
takes
just
c5.
needed d takes e5. And then d3.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
but
just
this is not so simple to see everything. And bishop g1. Very complicated things to see with only 4 minutes left on the clock, I think.
Yeah, it is. But it is intuitively, it felt like it's gonna be
It felt
tough.
like d takes c5, yeah, was the move, but I think the drawing line was very tough.
Yeah, so there is nothing to do here. He could prolong the game with rook a6 move.
But isn't rook g3 winning in the same? No, because now rook takes d6.
Yeah, now rook takes d6 is.
And a6. You take
then,
d7. You
then
take
I think this.
everything. Uh-huh. Well,
Yeah.
that's rook a6 is a nice resource then.
Yeah, but then rook b5 is the win after rook takes a6.
Rook b5, yeah. Okay, yeah, we were looking at this.
Yeah, and then 2 pawns each need to cross only one dark square, so it's just winning. Wow, that was a crazy exciting game, and crazy exciting round. So much action, very much action, and yeah, that's it for the round today. I guess all the games are basically over. And tomorrow the players are gonna be back with probably more entertainment for us.
Yeah, I think that they are also getting tired. We can see that from today's game. It's easy to miss things after such a long and difficult tournament. They have 2 more rounds left to decide a winner. It looks like Anish is on the right track. And let's see how he does tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll be back with you again in the same time from the beginning of the round, trying to figure out what is going on on
And
those
drop some more
boards.
pieces.
Yes. Let's see if tomorrow is gonna be a G4 or G5 day. So thanks for watching. Have a wonderful evening and goodbye.
Bye, everyone.